First his head disappears, and then it will reappear. Get ready for a white knuckle roller coaster ride of sensory information overload. We are about to begin. PRICKNOSIS. Okay, everybody, good evening and welcome, or good morning, or good afternoon for some people, because very kindly we have been joined by people from all around the world. You probably already know, but my name by birth is Alex William Smith, better known as Jonathan Royal Hypnotist. If you do not know my background, then I'm not going to be wasting time today telling you about it and bragging about the celebrities I've treated, the sporting stars that I've helped, the football clubs I've helped get into the Premiership, the fact that I was able to buy my own home outright for cash by the time I was 30 years of age. I'm 48 this coming August, by the way, to put that in perspective. And by cash, I mean I went in with a briefcase, opened it, and they had to close the place so that they could get security and count it all. I know, what a wanker I was when I was younger. But the point is, all of this was achieved through hypnosis. And I use that bit, I do that because hypnosis doesn't fucking exist, okay? If you still think hypnosis exists in the way that 99% of trainers out there teach it, then I've got fucking news for you. You're deluded. And you really need to wake up, because the moment you actually realize the real truth that it's all bollocks, that very moment, that very second, that very instant, you will become a far better hypnotist, whether it's as an entertainer on stage, somebody doing group sessions or public talks, or as a hypnotherapist doing so-called one-to-one hypnosis for therapeutic purposes. The fact is, it is all bollocks. Hypnosis does not exist in the way that the vast majority of trainers tell you. Now, that said, I am going to give you some real oxymoron, paradoxical information here. Ironically, none of this particularly matters to your ability to have a success using what we're going to be teaching you later, PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind jab solution, also known as the virtual weight loss injection, or the virtual skinny jab, or whatever other bloody name you want to call it. Again, we'll get into all that stuff later. Here's the couple of oxymorons for you. Firstly, people go around saying that hypnosis is not like sleep. It's, you know, it's derived from the Greek word hypnos, meaning sleep. And in fact, you know what? I'm just pulling the microphone angled more over to this direction, because I realise I should have angled it more over this way, where I currently am, and then move it back afterwards. From the Greek word sleep. And whilst that is technically true, what is not true is what most of you will have been taught, is that that was something that James Braid came up with in circa 1843, thereabouts, in a book that he published. That's what 99% of hypnotherapy trainers teach, and that is actually wrong and displays a lack of research. If you got taught that by your hypnotherapy trainer, that James Braid coined the term hypnosis and the other HYP prefix things, then what that actually shows you is that that individual doesn't keep up to date and doesn't research properly. And what they do is lazily just go on courses to learn stuff. And then when they've learned it and got their bit of paper saying they can teach other people, rather than going into the real world and doing things and being successful and also independently researching themselves, they just take it on board unquestionably and go, right, I'm going to go out now and take money off other people and teach them the same bollocks that they've been taught by someone else who frankly is not being very successful and doesn't really know what they're on about. So, wake up call number one. The word hypnosis was not coined by James Braid in circa 1843. Rather, it was in print in a book from circa 1803, some 40 years earlier, 4 decades earlier, by a man from France, a Frenchman called Baron Felix, F-E-L-I-X, Felix D-D-E, Henning, H-E-N-I-N, Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers, C-U-V-I-L-L-E-R-S. Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers, but in print in 1803, and probably coined it before then, but in print, what hypnosis was, as far as he, the true creator of hypnosis, in so much as he coined the HYP hypnosis word and the HYP prefixes to associated things, he described what he believed it to be. Now, here's the thing. He's the one who fucking invented it. He's the one who came up with it. So if he says it's X, Y, Z, like it or lump it, hypnosis is the X, Y, Z he says it is, because he's the one who fucking invented it, right? You might not like it, you might disagree with his description, but the fact is he actually invented the term hypnosis, not James Bray. It was Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers in circa 1803. And you can go on Amazon and type in Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers, the true creator of hypnosis, and you will find a couple of books about this if you want to look into it more. One's called Demystifying Hypnosis by Scott Allerton, and one of them's called it's called The True Creator of Hypnosis by Remy, R-E-M-I is the first name. I think it's Coop, the second name, C-O-T-E off the top of my head. Anyway, you'll find them if you do the search. If you want to check this out and see the documents that prove this is true. So bear that in mind. The person who invents something, whether other people agree or disagree with it or not, basically irrelevant. That person invented it under copyright law as it stands in this day and age. That means they've created it and they've got the copyright. It was their idea, it's what they say. And what Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers said was that hypnosis was akin to, i.e. almost identical to, that moment just before you go to sleep. At night time, when your head's on the pillow, you start yawning, and then next thing you know, you wake up in the morning and you think, I don't remember going to sleep. The so-called hypnagogic state. It's the transitional sleep period. It's the period from full consciousness to going to nighttime sleep. That transitional stage, transitional sleep period, it's called the hypnagogic period of time at nighttime when you go into bed. And the same thing when you wake up in the morning and your eyes open, but you're still like, oh, I'm not fully awake yet. Well, that in the morning is called the hypnopompic state. And the easy way to remember that nighttime is the hypnagogic is because it's Hypno-Go. It's got Go in it, go, as in go to bed. And the hypnopompic is the morning because after hypno, you've got P-O, poo. Go for a shit in the morning, go for a poo. And that's how you remember it. That's how I remember it. Hypnopompic in the morning, hypnagogic at night. Now, that transitional period at night time, just going from consciousness to sleep, and in the morning going from, oh, I'm awake, well, I'm not really quite awake yet. Transitional sleep period is what Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers said is hypnosis, namely the state of mind, the transitional sleep state, where what we now refer to as the critical faculty or the analytical area of the mind, or the in psychology it gets referred to as the fucking hell, I'm having a mental block here. Critical faculty, analytical area. It's gone, it'll come back to me later. Anyway, the point is, I also call it the nightclub doorman of the mind. It kind of goes, no, I'm not letting that shit in, or I'm not letting things out, which will become clearer later when we get into things a bit deeper. So, hypnagogic nighttime, hypnopompic morning. We can artificially guide people into that transitional sleep state. That is what Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers says, as far back as 1803, that hypnosis is, which in itself goes way against what the vast majority of hypnosis trainers say, who say hypnosis is not some special, well, actually, according to Baron Felix Denning de Coverlairs, it is a special state. It's that transitional sleep state from consciousness to hypnagogic at night, or in the morning, eyes open, starting to wake up, hypnopompic. And he says that it is guiding people to that state. Now, that is very closely akin to what people, the general public, the majority of them, believe hypnosis to be. They believe it to be some kind of special state. Now, they don't know all this stuff generally about hypnagogic, hypnopompic, transitional sleep states. They've probably seen films where it's the old swingy watch, or it's the look into my eyes and around the eyes, into the eyes, you're under, sleep, and all that nonsense. I say nonsense loosely because if the person believes, truly believes that that's how it's done and expects it to work, then that will work to put them into what that individual perceives hypnosis to be. The trouble is, the vast majority of hypnosis trainers tell people to tell their clients that hypnosis isn't a special state. You won't be zonked out of it. You'll be fully aware of everything that's going on around you at all times. All hypnosis is self-hypnosis and all this stuff that's basically giving away your power. Because the thing is, people want to believe that you, whether you're male, female, non-binary, whatever, I don't want to offend anyone, but whatever you are, whoever you are, they want to believe that when they see you advertised as apparently the hypnotist or the hypnotherapist or the Tibetan mind control consultant, it doesn't fucking matter what name you're using, but they perceive it that you have some kind of special power. And rather than wasting your time telling them that no, you don't, it's a normal state, I'm just going to speak to you and I'm going to get bullshit. That takes your power away. They want to believe that you can go sleep. They want to believe that you can say while they're out of it, you no longer need, want, crave or desire for sugary or fatty foods. You will be more motivated to do exercise automatically as an automatic reflex action. And you'll find that as you do this, the more you do it, the more you enjoy it and the more it's a sign and a signal as that fat starts to melt away. That's what people truly want. They may not necessarily consciously be aware that's what they truly want, but the fact is that is what they fucking want, right? If you disagree with me, fine, but trust me, you're the one who's wrong. And I know that sounds arrogant, but I've been doing this for like 34 years. I've taught more people around the world who are truly successful television name, life coaches, weight loss consultants, fucking so-called hypnotherapists, every name you can give it. I've taught more of them who are truly successful, multimillionaires, best-selling authors, TV stars, than any other living hypnosis trainer. And what I fucking taught them is what I'm teaching you here tonight. So if you choose to disagree with it, if you choose to ignore it, there's only one fucking idiot, and that's the person looking at these fingers. If you sat there thinking, what I'm saying is wrong. And if at any point already I've upset you, you're probably best fucking off now because it gets a lot more brutal over the next couple of hours. For your benefit, Lo, stop wasting time telling clients that it's not the swingy watch. Say to them, we can use the swinging watch if you want. I don't normally do it that way. I have in the past. It's up to you. Which way would you like to do it? Give them options. Leave it so that you have this mystique, you have this prestige, so that they can see you as this all-powerful being. Because ultimately, as we'll come to in a minute, what they're really looking for is an authority figure to tell them everything's going to be okay. They're looking for an authority figure to absolve them of all responsibility for the things they haven't done up to that point, that deep down, although they may not yet have consciously reached the tipping point of consciously being aware of it, that deep down, even if it's only at an unconscious, subconscious level in their personal laptop computer, they've realized that, you know what? If I did a bit more exercise, and I just one or two mouthfuls less food every fucking day, I'd be taking in less calories and I'd be burning off more calories. And there can only be one result then, with a few tiny exceptions we'll go into later. And that end result has to be that you start losing weight. And deep down, they know this is true. And deep down, they know they should do that and they're going to have to do that. but they need to be absolved, released, if you like, from the handcuffs, the psychological shackles of all that self-blame, shame, guilt and regret that they're currently walking around with. All the fears, failures, frustrations, angers, anguish, anxiety, resentment, regret and remorse that they're carrying around. So we need to guide them through some processes that involve them coming to a realization where they can forgive themselves and others. That'll become clear as we go along. Accept that now is the time to move on and let go of the past shit and actually take action and do something. And they've got to realize that they actually have to do something. And if they keep doing what they've always done, they'll keep getting what they've always got. The only way you get a change is by changing things. That's why it's called change work. So we've got to take them from fear, frustration, failure, anger, anguish, anxiety, resentment, regret, and remorse, and switch it round so that they end up with forgiveness, acceptance, realization, release of that self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret they've been walking around with. And we do this through reprogramming their personal laptop computer and reframing the way they look at things, react to things, and do things. Okay, so the next thing you need to realize is this. If the client says to you, because if you're keeping that mystique, if the client says to you, oh, you're not going to go sleep and then make me bark like a dog or cluck like a chicken, are you? Most conventional courses and trainers would tell you that you tell the client, oh, it's not like that. It's nothing like stage hypnosis, nothing like that. No, we won't be doing that. Bullshit. Again, the reason the person is asking that could be that they're scared that you might get them to do it, but an element of it, at the very least, will also be because they believe that it's possible, otherwise they wouldn't ask it, right? So when you say it's not like that, you're also telling them that what they thought was wrong, and people don't like to be told that they're wrong. And you're also telling them effectively you don't have that kind of power. Far better to answer along these lines. So what, David? Oh, you want to know whether or not I'm going to make you bark like a dog or cluck like a chicken. Well, here's the thing. If you want me to, we can do the dog barking, the chicken clucking stuff. But you've only paid for an hour of my time. And that means we won't have enough time left to help you achieve your ultimate goal of X, Y, Z. Overcome the habit, addiction, fear, phobia, weight loss, whatever. So it's up to you. If you want to pay some more money, we could do the dog barking and chicken stuff, or we could just get down to business and use your time for what you originally booked it for. It's up to you, David, which do you want? Now, in the incredibly rare occasion that they turn around and go, I'll pay some more money, just make sure you get video of me while I'm barking like a dog and clucking like a chicken. Well, don't worry, you will have learned enough from the downloads that come with this to actually be able to do that. Yes. And the fact is, it will be a walk in the park to get them to do it because they already believe it's possible and they believe that you can do it. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer to pay you more money for it. But as will happen 99.9% of the time recurring, they'll go, oh, no, I just wanted to check. It's all right. No, I won't pay any more money. Let's just get down to what we're doing. This means that if they were scared, they're now relaxed. They've been reassured. But they still believe that you could have got them to bark like a dog, cluck like a chicken. They still believe you are this hypnotist. That's what they want, because as bizarre as it sounds, it's fucking nonsense, the lot of it. Especially with, this applies to pretty much all conditions, but with weight loss in particular, and we'll come back to this later, only two fucking ways to lose weight. Well, healthy, sustainable, long-term ways. Number one, burn off more calories than you're currently doing by doing more exercise. Number two, intake less calories than you currently are. In other words, eat less crap or eat less calories overall. Combine those two things, boom! Sustainable, long-term weight loss, and then weight management, because of what we'll cover later, is both achievable, relatively easy, and safe as well, because loads of these diets and not fucking safe long term. We'll get on to things like that later, health and safety. Right, so the fact is, they know deep down. They know deep down what they want is a magic wand. That's why people go to the extremes sometimes of getting a fucking gastric band fitted. Because although they have to go through potentially fatal surgery, it's the magic wand that they're looking for. Or now, people will go and, well, they'll get these jabs, like epi jabs, that they stab themselves once a week, with most of them, to inject this, what is effectively a diabetes drug, that helps suppress the appetite and all this, that, and the other. We'll go into more depth about them later, but the fact is they have side effects, including thyroid and pancreatic cancer, so therefore ultimately potentially death. But people, to them, it's the magic wand. It takes the effort or responsibility away from them, or it gives them a scenario where they can view it as, because they need the operation, or because they need the weight loss jab, or because they need this pill or potion or whatever, that they couldn't have done it without that. So therefore, it's not their fault that they were a fat fucker up to that point. The truth of the matter is, with the exception of a few, and there are a few exceptions to this rule, which I will go into later, okay? There are a few exceptions, which I'll come to later, but generally speaking, eat less calories, burn off more calories with more exercise is the only two ways to lose weight that are safe and sustainable. There are other ways of losing weight, but they're either not safe or not sustainable long term. Weight loss, we go into much more later. So they want a scenario where they have got, it's kind of absolving them of that self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret they've been walking around with, albeit maybe at an unconscious, subconscious level. And all those negative thought patterns we spoke about before. So it's like you've gone, don't have to feel bad about that anymore. Not your fault, without you ever having actually said that. But that's the environment we're going to create here. That's the environment we create as a therapist, or at least should be doing if you want to be able to get your apparently miraculous cures. It's not miraculous, it's quite logical, the outcome, when you set everything out in the right order, in the right pattern, and you understand what you're doing and why it works. So here's the thing. Let me get a little sip. I'm going to move this drink to the side where I can reach it, because otherwise my throat's going to go. And we've got several hours. So every human being on this planet, you need to understand this. Whether they're consciously aware of it or not, it's irrelevant. But every human being needs to feel. Notice I said needs, not necessarily wants to. They might not want to feel these things consciously. They might go, no, I'm not bothered about that. But we're talking about deep-rooted, laptop computer, unconscious, subconscious mind stuff that they need to function as the perfect them, okay? There's no such thing as perfect. We're just using that as a turn of phrase. But in other words, to have any chance of being an individual who is happy, healthy, calm, relaxed, does not have any habits, addictions, fears, or phobias, is not overweight, does not have a drug of choice, is some kind of bloody angel, apparently, this imaginary person. But to have any chance of that occurring, or to get as close to it as possible, the human being, male, female, whatever gender, doesn't matter. They need to feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. Now, as I said, they may sound very similar, but pay attention. Remember, you get the recording, so you can then make notes then if you want. Some of them apply to self-esteem, some to self-confidence, some to self-image, some to other self-things, which will go more down that rabbit hole in a minute. So I repeat, they need to feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. If there is any imbalance in any of them, any imbalance at all in one of them or more, some people have an imbalance in all 7, some it's just 2 of them. Don't matter. Even if it's only 1, there's still an imbalance. Different scales for different people, yes, but ultimately, if they have got a habit, addiction, fear, or phobia, or if they're overweight, or they're on a drug of choice, or they're doing things they don't want to do, or they're not doing things they want to do, it will be because they do not feel fully loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued at a deep core mind-body connection level, without wishing to sound too arty-farty, winky-wanky, new age tree-huggy, bullshitty style. Okay, so if there is any imbalance there, it will have a negative impact on one or more of their levels of self-confidence, self-image, self-esteem, and or self-control, aka willpower. And if there is any negative impact on one or more of them, it will have a negative impact on one or more of their self-worth, self-love, self-respect, and positive selfishness. And what I mean by positive selfishness is the ability to look after themselves before looking after others, rather than getting caught into that trap of trying to make themselves feel better by helping others first and neglecting themselves. It's kind of like the thing on the aeroplane. Sometimes you've got to be selfish. You know, if you've got 3 kids, they tell you with the oxygen mask, if there's an emergency, put it on yourself first so you don't pass out. So then you're conscious to be able to put it on all 3 of your kids. If you start putting it on the kids, you might pass out after doing the first 1 or 2, and then you and 1 or more of your kids doesn't get an oxygen mask. So sometimes you've got to be selfish to be selfless. If there's been any negative impact on any of them, it will ultimately impact on some level, lesser or greater for each individual, on their sense of self, their self-identity. Self-identity, ID, the id. This is the unconscious, subconscious level, is the id. The conscious, the way they feel about themselves, that's the ego. For those who study sick mind fraud, aka Sigmund Freud, he talked about, as did Carl Gustav Jung, about the ego and the id. And there is actually a correlation there if you want to go and look at it. So, I'm categorically telling you in no uncertain terms, and the evidence for all this is in the bonus training materials that you've got with the PRICKNOSIS package, in the training videos and manuals that's in there, and there's links in there to scientific clinical data and reports and stuff. If you want to go down that rabbit hole of seeing that respectable scientists and clinical people back up what I'm saying as being true. But there's equally just as many people that say it's bollocks, which is why I encourage you, if you don't know my background and success and the success of my students, to go to, not now, but when you can give full attention to it, to my website of magicalguru.co.uk. That's magicalguru.co.uk, where my career resume overview is. Doesn't go into depth about everything, just gives you an overview so you can quickly see for yourself that I have taught more people who are successful around the world than any other living hypnosis trainer, and many of them are television stars, best-selling authors, and just at the top of the business. And many of the, well, I say many, the vast majority of the actually decent hypnosis trainers on the planet, I either originally taught or they didn't really get successful or good until they had mentoring with me. And that applies to 99% of them. Now, it sounds egotistical and arrogant, but the reason I mention it is that you do yourself the favor by reading every word of that blog tomorrow or whenever, following the links, seeing the egotistical, arrogant evidence of how fucking wonderful I am and how what I teach is better than anything else out on there on the planet. Not through my results, not through me saying it, through other people saying it, doctors, nurses, television celebrity life coaches, television weight loss experts. Go and see what they have to say, what they've done with what I've taught them. Not because I want to show off, but so that you realize that I'm telling you the fucking truth. Because although we're only just over half an hour in, I guarantee you I've told you more in the past half hour about how and why the key to all problems any client has are than any other training you've done before. Fact, unless you've done training with me. But we've got further to go yet. So, if that person has a problem, it is a guaranteed fact that they do not currently feel fully loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and or valued, one or more of them. It's different for everyone. Although it's different levels and different lackings and different imbalances for each individual, ultimately, the underlying principles are the same to every living human being, because we all piss and shit the same way. If there's any imbalance in any of them, which if they've got a habit, addiction, fear or phobia, they're an overweight, chunky monkey, they're suffering from anxiety attacks, panic attacks, stuck in the past with depression, or any fucking thing that a hypnotherapist or whatever you want to call yourself would deal with, then guaranteed they do not fully love themselves. They do not feel fully loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. Which means in turn, there is some damage somewhere in their self-confidence, self-esteem, self-image, and self-control, aka willpower, which means somewhere there is definitely damage on their self-worth, self-love, self-respect, and positive selfishness, which in turn means there's definitely damage somewhere to a greater or lesser degree in their sense of self, their self-identity. And the more damage there is, the more likely that little voice in their head tells them negative shit on a daily basis rather than positive shit. So, this will mean that they, and this could all be, for most people, this will be an unconscious level. They're not even aware of this being what they need to put things right, but they're feeling the effects of it. Namely, that they are walking around feeling the negativity of the fear, frustration, failure, anger, anguish, anxiety, resentment, regret, and remorse of situations, experiences, thoughts, and memories and emotions of the past that happened prior to that moment in time of seeing you. They're walking around with self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret because at some level deep down they know the only person who can fucking sort things out really is them. They have to take responsibility for themselves. They have to do something different. They keep doing what they've always done, they'll keep getting what they always got. It is down to them. It's not their fault these things happen, but it's their fault if they don't get off the fucking arse when offered that helping hand from the therapist and actually do what the therapist says in the way the therapist says it, or whatever the scenario for change is that you structure, advertise, promote, and then provide. So, knowing this knock-on effect, the cure, if you like, the solution to all, and I do mean all, habits, addictions, fears, phobias, and I mean post-traumatic stress disorder, even complex post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, the fucking lot, because anxiety is just kind of living in the future before it's happened, worrying about the idea that something negative could happen again, like something that happened in the past. Depression is living in the past and replaying negative things that went and thinking, I'm scared it could happen again in the future. Yesterday, and these are cliches, but they're educational, so I make no apologies for using them. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow, the future is a mystery. Today is the greatest gift of all. That's why it's known as the present. And a monetary way of describing that is that yesterday is but a cancelled check. It's no longer any use. It's gone. It's just memories, and memories are useless. We'll come to them in a minute. Whereas tomorrow is just a promissory note. It may or may not occur the way we'd like. Things could happen unexpectedly. Whereas today is cash. So spend it wisely. Because each of us, human beings, has got the exact same 1,440 minutes in a 24-hour period. The same 86,400 seconds. If I said to you, here's 86,400 pounds sterling, or 86,400 euros, or 86,400 United States dollars, or 86,400 or whatever your currency is, and said that in 24 hours time, the clock restarts, the financial bank account restarts, that money, any you've not used, will be gone forever. Any you've used badly will be gone forever. You know what? I can confidently predict you'd very soon get your life together, your act together, so to speak, to ensure that you invested or spent as much, if not all, of the 86,400 as possible. Now, obviously, in everyday life, we also have to sleep, recharge the batteries. So, in truth, you can probably knock, 6 to 8 hours off for sleep. So it is actually a lower figure than that, but you get the point. It's about living in the now, the here and now, like Eckhart Tolle goes on about in his book, The Power of Now. And we need to help the clients to do that. But if they don't feel fully loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued, and all those things have the knock-on effect that we're on about that ultimately gets to the end of the negativity funnel to have impact their self-identity, their sense of self, then they won't be able to. They're either going to be fearing what might happen in the future, or they're going to be stuck in the past thinking, oh, I hope that doesn't happen again, or they're going to have imposter syndrome and the voice is going, you're not good enough, this isn't going to go right. Just something on some level is going to fuck up sooner or later because they're not operating at their maximum potential because of those imbalances. So, I know today is about weight loss, and we'll get into that more when I sit down shortly, but this applies to any habit, addiction, fear, phobia, any issue, depression, anxiety, you name it, from A through to Z or A through to Z for our American friends. The cure, the solution, call it what you will. It's called change work for a reason. We change things. If people are currently doing things they don't want to do, they're getting it. It means that currently, for example, let's take a smoker that wants to stop. Oh, fuck it, we'll make it weight loss because it's a weight loss event. Why not? Let's be crazy. If a person is eating the crap that they know really they don't want to be, or they're eating too much of it and they're not doing enough exercise, that's because at the minute, the way their computer's running is such that it's more pleasurable to them to carry on as they are than the idea of doing the exercise and going, no, I'm not going to eat those types of food that to them on some level will be perceived as painful, pain and pleasure. They're deriving more pleasure from remaining as they are, and they're doing all they can to avoid the pain. People generally in life, by the way, will do more to avoid pain than they will to seek out pleasure. You'd think logically it was the other way around, but it isn't. If somebody can do something to avoid feeling pain, they will do that more rapidly and consistently than doing something to seek out pleasure, because they perceive avoiding this pain to be a bigger pleasure than going for the pleasure in the first place. I know it sounds fucked up, but that's genuinely what happens in human beings. And when you start to realize the reality of this, you start to realize, A, how what I'm telling you is true and the key to everything. B, how most of what you've been taught in the past is bullshit, unnecessarily overcomplicated, winky-wanky nonsense. And that C, this is the key to everything, not just weight loss, anything, any habit, any addiction, any fear, any phobia, absolutely anything and everything. The key is to make it, in the example of that we've just given, we've got to reverse it so it becomes painful for the client to not do exercise. It becomes painful to more painful to eat the things that are going to pile on the pounds or too much of it, and pleasurable the other way. So that because human beings will do more to avoid the pain, they'll want to avoid the feelings of pain. So in turn, their only way of doing that will be to do more exercise, to eat smaller portions, to eat more consciously, and all the other things we'll talk about later that we're going to help instill them with. That's the key to fucking everything. If somebody is currently doing something they no longer want to do or shouldn't be doing, then we need to make it painful for them, too painful to carry on doing it, and massively pleasurable not to. Which ultimately means if they're not doing something that they want to be doing, we have to make it painful for them not to, and more pleasurable for them to do so. Hope that makes sense. Good. Right, next. Throat's going again. It's like I feel I have to speak louder because you're all around the world, but I mean, I know that's mad. That's just me. Right, so next thing to realise is that I have already told you the key to absolutely everything, okay? And it ties in, but before I recap on it, it ties in with the two nervous systems that we have. We have the parasympathetic nervous system and the sympathetic nervous system, okay? And these each do different things. So, the parasympathetic, the way I remember it is that it's got P-A-R-A at the beginning, para, which is like the start of the word paranormal, which means that the parasympathetic, when I think of parasympathetic, I think of P-A-R-A, para, which reminds me of paranormal, which means that parasympathetic nervous system is normality. It's what they call in short, rest and digest, or the feed and breed. This is for fornication, eating, relaxation. It's what Dr. Herbert Benson, author of the book, The Relaxation Response, and also author of the book, Beyond the Relaxation Response, two books that, if you call yourself a hypnotist or a therapist, you need to read, especially given that I've now told you what hypnosis truly is, and the fact that the relaxation response that Dr. Herbert Benson talks about is 99.9% identical to the hypnagogic, hypnopompic transitional sleep state that Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers talked about in 1803. And if you go deeper, he's talked about in meditation, in Buddhism, in Native American, Indians, power animal journeys and shamanism and stuff. It akins with that transitional, let's get a new set of teeth, transitional sleep state. And then on the other extreme, there is the sympathetic. And when I hear that, the main bit of the word is pathetic. So it's not good stuff. The sympathetic nervous system, which is tied in with the fight, flight, freeze, and shite. Okay? That natural response where we get in a scary situation, meet dinosaur, do we fight, maybe kill dinosaur, live another day, plus get something to eat? Or do we fly, run like the clappers, hope we get away? Do we shit on the floor? That is what would happen naturally in certain circumstances, in the hope that the stench would make the predator run away and want to get away from the stench. Or freeze, which I akin to being like the rabbit in the headlights that goes, oh, I don't know, shall I fight? Shall I run? Shall I fight? Shall I run? And then, well, it's too late. That freeze response of the sympathetic nervous system, the fight, flight, freeze, shite stuff, that freeze element, I would argue, is the hyped up, stressed out, direct opposite of the transitional sleep state relaxation response of the parasympathetic nervous system. But although this one is relaxation and this one is stress, what they both have in common is that when in that total relaxed area here, or the total stressed, balanced bit of freeze over here, is that the critical faculty, analytical area of the mind, or as they call it in psychology, I've remembered, the executive function, has fucked off for a coffee break. The nightclub doorman of the mind, as I call it, has gone to sleep for the night because they know you're in the hypnopompic or hypnagogic state, or over here, you're in that fucking freeze to death. They don't want to be there. They fuck off. Logic, rationality goes out the window. There is a commonality between the two. People with post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, are trapped in the freeze. It's like rerunning programs and stuff. Sorry to see something falling off the wall there. Press it so you don't get an off-screen bang. Yeah, they're stuck in with so-called memories replaying. Now, I say so-called memories not to be flippant, but that reminds me that I need to mention memories. The moment something's happened, An hour later, if you're asked about it, you'll recall it, you think in great detail. But the fact is, if you had a video recording and then looked at it, you would have got some things wrong and you'd quite surprise yourself. A week later, it becomes more distorted. A year later, memories have no reality other than that we give them themselves. Clinical studies, scientific studies, if you want to believe the boffins, show that no memory can be relied on as being completely accurate. That is why if a whole bunch of people see the same traffic accident and they all give statements, there will be differing things in their report, and yet they all saw the same thing. Go a week later, it gets even worse, and so on and so on. Because memories are basically fucking bullshit, the truth of the matter is, if they're good ones, or you're remembering them as being good, great. The fact that they're bullshit doesn't matter. If it makes you feel good, and it's not harming anyone else, you're not living in a world of delusion, great. Don't need to do anything. Along you move. However, if you're replaying stuff, you're stuck in that freeze frame, but it's going round like in a loop, post-traumatic stress, for example, then it's serving you no useful function to be replaying stuff that will bear no basis in reality to what actually fucking took place. And that's because every time you're replaying it, it's getting worse and amplifying stuff anyway. So conventional training would say, well, we need to get this to be processed through the amygdala, the hippocampus. We could go down that rabbit hole. Here's the thing. If we can just get that individual to end up flicking out of this and flicking into the relaxation response, the transitional sleep state, then once they're in that, the loop will stop running in the way it was doing. And the amygdala and hippocampus will naturally process those things and let go of them, especially when guided by your suggestions as a hypnotist, your commands, something we come to a bit later, which means that it is possible. Yes, you can in one fucking session overcome even complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Just so long as you, the therapist, believes it's possible, because you've got to sincerely believe it in every nerve, fiber, tissue, and muscle in your body, from the tips of your toes to the tips of your fingers, so that you will, through your non-verbal communication, your natural body language, your voice projection, your confidence, transmit that to the client. And when they can see, even at an unconscious level, or hear, just even sense energetically that you are certain this will change their life positively, that as long as they fully commit by paying a sizable fee for the session, financial commitment, by actually showing up, time commitment, by doing what you say, when you say it, how you say it, obeying the authority figure, putting their faith in you, some will call that rapport as well, cover that a bit more later, then you are in a position to set them free like that. The incident, PTSD, for example, can be a build-up of many different incidents that contribute to that. But each of them, of those distorted memories is running like that, quick, 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 quick. And as quickly as that, they can be collapsed as long as you get into the relaxation response, which we'll get into very, very, very shortly. And when you are in that, as well as I've already said, making it painful for them to carry on doing things they don't want to do, making it more pleasurable to do the things they desire to change into, or vice versa, if they're currently not doing something they want to do, you've got to balance them out. So you need to use processes that will make that person feel, and I'm not necessarily saying consciously, although they probably will become consciously aware of how much better they feel in every area of their life as a consequence, a positive consequence. But we need them at the unconscious level, their personal neck-top computer, to end up feeling love wanted and all those things that I'll come to in a minute. Because here's the thing, okay? As I explain massively in my book, Shitnosis, helping you get over the shit in your life and get your shit together. incorporating the fuck that system, fully unconscious conditioning knowledge therapy, honoring absolute transformation. It's available for $17 or £15 sterling from Amazon. It's a big book with loads of these things in. He says loads of these things, I can't find them. QR codes that take you to interactive videos. Although it's a self-help book for the public, I promise you it's the best book on hypnotherapy you'll ever read. Guarantee you. Right. The reason I mention that is because in there, I point out that Sigmund Freud, aka Sigmund Freud, talked about the formative years as being from birth until around 0 to 7. And any traumas that happen during that time are stored in the neck-top computer, the unconscious mind, carry on running and affect the individual as they grow up. And there's an old saying in the Jesuit church, show me the boy and I'll show you the man. It's this idea that if you get the child from birth, you can condition. It's the whole nature or nurture thing. Well, environment plays a part, but so does the suggestions they get verbally and non-verbally and environmentally as well. And every experience they have is stored. Well, let's look at it this way. Sigmund Freud said 0 to 7, but in my experience, my personal opinion and my research, and this ties in with the fact that in clinical psychology circles, the boffins say that the executive function, which is just another name for the critical faculty or analytical area, or as I call it, the nightclub doorman of the mind, doesn't really start working until around puberty. Now, these are all just constructs, but go with this construct because my constructs have proved incredibly fucking successful for millionaire television and media famous celebrity therapists around the world. They can for you as well. So if we bear that in mind, and that means from the moment you're born up until around the teenage years when puberty kicks in, everything goes into your personal neck-top computer, your unconscious mind, your subconscious mind. And then around puberty, boom, the nightclub doorman of the mind comes on duty. Once you wake up and you've transitioned out of the hypnopompic state, it's on duty until you go into the hypnagogic state at night, and it stops negative shit coming in too easily. But unfortunately, because it's now on board, it stops stuff that's got in here from birth up till puberty from getting back out or being processed differently or looked at differently. And that is why Emile Coué, who coined the phrase day by day in every way, I'm getting better and better. He was the forerunner of personal self-affirmation and positive thinking. And in his book, The Power of Autosuggestion, Emile Coué noted that if you said to yourself 15 times in the morning when you just open your eyes and you're still in that hypnopompic state, you went, every day in every way I'm feeling better and better, every day in every way I'm getting better and better, either of those. And at night time, just before you go to sleep, you did the same as you're in the hypnagogic state, that you would, after a month, be able to look back and notice all these fantastic changes in your life. The studies have shown that to be fact, and that's an element of what we will do with clients for successful results for them, as I'll talk about shortly. But for now, just remember that. Emile Coué also taught us about the law of reversed effort. The idea, as they say in NLP, that what resists persists. We get more of what we focus on in life. So if you, it's like the job interview scenario. If you're going for a job interview and you're thinking, I hope I don't mess up, I hope I don't look nervous, I hope I don't say the wrong thing, you're more likely to slip up and fuck things up because you're running the program and entertaining the possibility it could occur. Whereas if you were to focus on, I can imagine this is all going to be good, I'm going to be calm, collected, you get the idea. Now, on top of that, it's what I call the Yoda, I call it the Yoda principle, like the Star Wars film, where Yoda is teaching Luke Skywalker, I believe, to use the lightsaber whilst blindfolded. He's got that little ball that shoots things in the air and he's trying to hit it. And Yoda says, go on, do it. And Luke Skywalker says, I'll try. And Yoda goes, do or do not. There is no try. This is what Emile Coué called the law of reversed effort. The point of this is that consciously, if you say, I'm going to stop smoking, you may stop, but sooner or later you're likely to relapse if you've not dealt with the programs running in your laptop computer, because they will be saying your identity is that of a smoker, okay? And when the imagination, your unconscious, subconscious mind, and the conscious mind are in conflict, the computer that's running the show will always fucking win in the long term. Now, it might mean you might stop smoking, but because the things, those imbalances are still there in that laptop computer, those imbalances we talked about before have not yet been dealt with, you will either A, lapse at some later stage and start smoking again, or B, symptom substitution will occur, and to try and draw your attention to the fact that you've not dealt with those imbalances yet, your unconscious mind, that computer, will manifest itself into the real world by making you have a different habit, addiction, fear or phobia or stress or whatever. Doesn't matter what it is, but something negative will manifest itself out into the world. Until such times as you delete all the negative thoughts, feelings, energies, emotions, and shit that's in that laptop computer that got there from birth up to teenage years. Obviously, there might have been some stuff since teenage years as well, traumatic stuff, but we get rid of that as an automatic byproduct of the processes we do to help the client get rid of the shit from birth to the teenage years. Okay, following me so far? Good. Sorry, I just need to get that throat lubricated. So now, this means, follow me on this, okay? It's going to sound a bit winky-wanky, some of this. I'm not saying that we've got to get people to regress to every traumatic experience they've ever had. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. I call that mental mind rape. No need to mind fuck them. No, in fact, I think that's unethical. It's totally unnecessary, especially given that the memories will already now be distorted multiple times and bear very little, if any, basis in reality, other than they're a signpost of negativity that took place that the laptop computer hasn't dealt with and needs to be dealt with to move on because there's some imbalance there. And some of those things as an adult anyway, the adult mind would think that can't fucking be affecting me. Let me give you an example. If I said to you that an adult person's life could be entirely ruined and they could have habits, addictions, fears, a lack of self-worth and all this, all rooted in being at a party when they were 3 years old, and they see the balloons have come onto the dance floor, and they see an orange one, and there's only one orange one, and they go and grab the orange balloon and they get it. And the moment they grab this orange balloon, they look at it, and it's no longer an orange balloon for their imagination. When they imagine things, it instantly becomes reality. Because there is no critical faculty, no analytical area, no executive function yet. There is just pure imagination, a pure dream world. So it's no longer an orange balloon, it's now a magical fairy castle. And living inside it are hundreds of magical fairies. In the mind of that child, that's reality. And then suddenly an adult walks past and accidentally knocks them. And the child falls over onto the balloon and it pops. And they start crying. And the adult, quite correctly and logically, thinks that they're crying because they fell over and because the balloon banged. And there will be a small element of that. But it's actually far worse than that. Because to that 3-year-old, hundreds of magical fairies have just died in a massacre of their magical fairy castle being destroyed. Now, if you're laughing at that, God help you being a therapist. If you're going, that's bullshit, you really haven't understood what I've said for the past hour, and fucking hell, you may as well hang up now and not bother continuing. I'm telling you in no uncertain terms that every human being on this planet, before they reach puberty, before the executive function, analytical area, critical faculty, nightclub dormant of the mind, call it what you will, goes on, duty in the way I spoke about, that we all get fucked up to a varying level of degree. Now, some people, that is Uncle Bertie fucking them over the birthday cake at the party when everyone's fucked off. And yes, those people are probably going to need a little bit more attention than the people who've just had the magical fairy kingdom castle traumas. But you know what? By the time that they're adult or older, the memories have been so fucking distorted anyway. What the imprint is on that unconscious mind, the laptop computer, is just as bad at, arguably, the trauma and the potential negative effects of the magical fairy kingdom massacre as to child abuse. And I'm sorry if anyone watching or listening to this has ever been abused as a child. I'm not belittling it. I'm just saying that trauma is trauma is trauma. A human being either is able to deal with the trauma at the time or they're not. It doesn't particularly matter if it's a car crash, child abuse, a divorce, or magical fairy kingdom castle massacre. So the unconscious subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality anyway. It's just trauma. So everything I've talked about, which you'll be able to watch on the replay and take notes, applies. Thus meaning guaranteed, male, female, non-binary, whatever gender, age, race or sex, your client is fucked up. Otherwise, they would not be coming to you unless they deep down are just an attention-seeking fuckwit, which essentially they kind of are, because albeit at an unconscious level, they're just looking for an authority figure to absolve them and take away all that self-blame, shame, guilt and regret of the past, so that they get forgiveness, acceptance, realization, release, and say goodbye to that fear, frustration, failure, anger, anguish, anxiety, resentment, regret, remorse, and all the shit I talked about before. So how do we do that? Two main ways. One, we help them heal their metaphoric inner child. And I'm not talking about this traumatic fucking bullshit of getting people to relive every apparent memory, because the memories are bullshit anyway. I will tell you later what my inner child therapy technique is. It's the gentlest version. Yes, they will end up crying, but there will be tears of joy and tears of relief. There will be no tears of reliving traumas. That's mind rape. That's not fucking therapy. What's therapeutic is letting someone let all the steam out of the kettle that's been boiling over for years, but without having to consciously relive any of it. Sorry if I get a little bit passionate about that. So we will teach you that shortly. That's one of the techniques. The other key component, anyone got any ideas? Hopefully, you realize it's about reversing the pain and pleasure and reprogramming their personal laptop computer to delete any thoughts, feelings, energies, emotions, or connections to those negatives of the past, and to rebalance them. It's like doing a metaphoric reboot. It's like metaphorically installing antivirus software for the brain. And we do this through processes that will help that individual, even if they're not consciously aware of it, but it will help that individual to end up feeling fully loved, wanted. And remember, feelings are an illusion as well. Somebody can feel alone, even if they've got tons of family and friends around them, wanting to help them. And conversely, there's people who live in this world that choose the loner's path by choice, are really happy, and yet they still feel loved and wanted and all this. So feelings don't have to have any basis in reality. And as we know, the imagination, that computer doesn't know. What's loaded in to it is reality. So we load in things that the individual feels, and the programs that will be running make them feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. So that as those things positively balance out, so in turn, they become an individual who has 100% levels of self-confidence, self-image, self-esteem, and self-control, aka willpower. So that in turn, it balances out their self-worth, their self-love, their self-respect, and their positive selfishness. So that in turn, boom, it positively impacts on their sense of self, their sense of self-identity, kind of makes them feel whole again. That's all there is. That's what you do as a therapist for anything from A through to Z. And it can be done for 99.9% of things in one session. Sadly, it can't for weight loss because, you know, at the end of an hour session, the person will not have lost loads of weight. So there's no tangible proof. It has to be done over a number of weeks so that the results can be seen, so that they can weigh themselves, so they can see they're getting results. And that adds to their motivation to carry on living that new healthy lifestyle, which we'll come to later. But with habits and addictions, they can walk out of the room and never touch cigarettes again and not relapse and not symptom substitute because the programs that are running are now good and the little voice in the head is one of positivity, and they get themselves getting little metaphoric taps on the back of well done, rather than a little voice going, you're not good enough. That's the key to everything you ever do or will do successfully as a therapist. Well, they're two of the keys. The other is to understand this. It doesn't fucking matter what you do as long as the client believes that what you're doing will get them the cure, outcome, or solution they want. Simple as that. Richard Bandler once said, most problems are purely imaginary, and therefore all we need are imaginary solutions. So he made a load up and he called it NLP and started charging people thousands of pounds to teach them these things that he made up that basically only work for the reasons that I have told you when they do work. And for these reasons as well, okay? Number one, the Pygmalion effect, also known as the Rosenthal effect. This is the idea that when people, and studies have shown it, when people know they're being observed by somebody who believes that they will achieve something, the individual being observed picks up on this, and whether non-verbally, and ultimately ends up achieving more than they were apparently capable of. In the Rosenthal studies, the Rosenthal effect, you can Google this, basically school teachers told a whole bunch of students that academically weren't very good, that they were expected to do really well in exams, and the teacher treated them in that manner. And some others, test subjects that should have done really well, were told not much was expected. And what was projected out to them, well, the people who weren't supposed to do academically very well did way better than expected because they felt that faith, that conviction of the teacher transmitted to them. Remove the word teacher, replace it with authority figure. A hypnotist or therapist is the authority figure, the trusted authority figure. When the client trusts you, and if they're going to pay you hundreds of pounds and put themselves into your hands, they kind of got to believe that it's going to work, otherwise they're just fucking crazy. So when they have committed and believe, you use the Pygmalion effect by totally transmitting to them that you know this will work for them because it's worked for hundreds of your other clients around the world, in fact, thousands of them over the past several decades. And they see the social proof, the diplomas on your wall, the testimonial videos and such like on your website and feedback from people it's worked for. And they go, wow, this will work for me. And the moment they start thinking to themselves, well, this will work for me, the Galatea effect kicks in, which has shown that when people believe something will work for them, it is more likely to work for them. It's as simple as that. Then on top of that, we add in the Hawthorne effect, which studies have shown that when an individual knows that they're being monitored and support is being provided, an observation from the perceived authority figure, which we can do through, say, a social media group where our clients can go and talk to each other and we contribute every couple of days as well and go, well done, eh? Well done on losing more weight. Or don't worry, if you put £1 on this week, next week you'll lose twice as much as you did. You know, we can be a support system for them, but also they know they're being observed and held accountable, that people actually sustain doing things longer and easier. And once people have done things and broke through, I'm going to use the term loosely, pain barrier, the discomfort zone, which normally they will have done within 28 days, the lunar cycle, which is generally how long it takes to fully install a habit or fully break a habit. this contributes as well. We add to that the totem effect, the idea of the lucky charm. People can believe in the lucky rabbit's foot, bringing them luck in life, which is odd, really, when you think about it, because it wasn't very fucking lucky for the rabbit, was it? No. But if people believe in the lucky crystal, the lucky rabbit's foot, or whatever, it doesn't matter, or in our case, they believe in the tablet we give them, or the I'm just grabbing it, but or the ballpoint pen that's a hypodermic needle, which I'll show you how to use later. We give them something that's a physical object, or it could just be the audio MP3 we give them, that we tell them to listen to every night as they're going to sleep for the next 28 days to fully reprogram their personal laptop computer to help ensure that they continue to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, slim, slender, naturally thin person they've now become and continue to be, or the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, non-smoker, or whatever. The totem effect is added on as well. So Pygmalion effect, Galatea effect, Hawthorne effect, totem effect, and the halo effect, or some call it the white coat effect. But the white coat on a stethoscope, people automatically assume you're a doctor, and they psychologically react differently than they would do without the white coat. You can harness this as a hypnotist. I'm not saying put a white coat on, although my friend, Christian P. Taylor, aka Doc Strange, does exactly that for his stage hypnosis shows. I mean, it's genius. I spoke about this in the Hypnosis Week interview I did with him, which you can find on my Celebrity Hypnotist YouTube channel by clicking on playlists, then clicking on Hypnosis Week, where you'll find interviews with the biggest names in the hypnosis world, where I pull gold out of their minds, and go and check that out. So all of these things, together with social proof, testimonials, the way you advertise, your marketing, your advertising, your publicity, your promotion, are all molded together into a whole where you can then, when they're committed financially and time-wise, use pretty much any important seeming ritualistic process that you can come up with, more importantly, that you can deliver without laughing your head off. As long as you deliver it with a straight face, with conviction and certainty, that means the Pygmalion effect kicks in. That means that then they believe it will work, expect it to work, and so the Galatea effect kicks in. And then there's backup support and observation, which means the Hawthorne effect kicks in. We give them some sort of totem lucky charm, backup thing, which is the totem effect. And because of our authority and our perceived success, we give them that safe environment where they can let go of all that self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret of the past. So they say goodbye to that fear, frustration, failure, anger, anguish, anxiety, resentment, regret, remorse, through a process of forgiveness, acceptance, realization, release, reprogramming that computer and releasing, letting go the crap of the past, all those mini traumas. Some are massive traumas, but some are mini traumas. If you look at them as an adult, the balloon popping's a mini trauma. But to the 3-year-old, it was a massive fucking life-changing trauma. There's loads of these. Don't need to relive them. No mind rape, but they do need to be processed. And I will teach you ROYLE'S metaphoric inner child therapy technique as part of the 4-session weight loss approach that we will be covering throughout the course of the rest of this evening. So, to recap, on the one hand, hypnosis is bollocks. It does not exist. It exists only in the mind of the believer, and it's whatever that believer believes. So why tell them they were wrong? Why not just fit in with their misconceptions, or the therapy trainers would tell you? Deliver what they expect, and it's more likely to work. Simple. Do it with authority. Do it with conviction. At the end of the day, as Richard Bandler said, pretty much all problems are purely imaginary, or if not, they're amplified through things that are purely imaginary, because memories become unreal within seconds, and after minutes and hours and days, they're just nonsense. So all we need are imaginary solutions. And I'm going to share some imaginary solutions with you over the next couple of hours. But I promise you, when you watch the replay of this, if you take notes and you remember, it's about reversing the pain and pleasure thing. It's about healing the inner child so that all those mini traumas up to the point where the executive function, critical faculty, analytical area, nightclub dormant of the mind starts working around puberty, around teenage years. So that the amygdala and the hippocampus can process them and release them, allowing them to go from the frozen loop of the sympathetic nervous system, sympathetic, the pathetic, as in fight, flight, freeze, and shy, and thus get them over to the relaxation response, which is akin to the transitional sleep state, albeit it's a more eyes open state. But look up Dr. Herbert Benson, relaxation response, and beyond the relaxation response, then balance can occur. And when we add to that, that we instill stuff into their neck-top computer, reprogram their mind so they feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued, so that it has a positive effect on the self-image, self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-control. So it positively impacts their self-worth, self-respect, self-love, and positive selfishness. So it positively impacts their sense of self, their self-identity. Then they can feel whole again and start running good programs and hearing good little voices of you're good enough, you're worthy, you can do this. Well, all of that can happen as quick as that in one session when they truly believe that you, not just any old hypnotist, yeah, they've got to believe that a hypnotist can help them, or a Tibetan mind control therapist, or a meridian, whatever bloody winky wanky title you've given yourself. They've got to believe that that type of person can do it, number one. But then they've got to have made that decision that you are the one to help them, because when they've been guided to that intelligent decision, number one, it will work for all the reasons I've said, and number two, you can charge more than your competitors, because you don't have competitors, because there's only one fucking you. So it doesn't matter if there's hundreds of people offering PRICKNOSIS, needle-free, hypnotic weight loss, mind jab solution, the virtual weight loss injection, or the virtual skinny jab. Doesn't fucking matter. They'll read about it in the media, they'll become aware of it, start to believe that could work for them, but then they'll start go looking, more than likely, unless they've been given a personal recommendation, and they'll look at people's websites or their leaflets, or they'll ask around and want personal recommendations. They'll look on social media, and that's where your marketing, your advertising, your publicity, your promotion has to be spot on to put you on the map, so you stand out above all else, and they go, fuck me, I want him, or I want her, or I want them, for our non-binary friends. They've got to make that decision, and when they do, price is not the question. The only question will be when they can get to booking with you. And with that thought, it's now 25 past 8 United Kingdom time on my clock. We're going to have a very quick 5-minute break so people can go to the loo, get drinks and whatnot, and then we will resume in 5 minutes time with the next section where we get into what do we do, what is PRICKNOSIS, how do we help people lose weight, and what do we do in the sessions, the stuff you're here for. See you in 5 minutes. I'm just going to reset the stage, so to speak, by putting that there and going to the other camera. Should be that one. It is.
started, America was just a handful of scrawny poems. Now it's moved on.
Let's nip to the little boy's room and then we will recommence in 4 minutes, 3 minutes time, roughly 3-4 minutes. Okay, we'll just give people another 22 minutes past 8 on my laptop timing. Which means my wall clock is fast. All my wall clocks are fast. Should have remembered that. I set them fast so that if I'm late, I'm still on time. As batshit crazy as that sounds. Okay, right. Let's get the side that I need. Okay, going to give it about another minute and then we shall start section 2 of 3 sections. Way things are going, you'll be glad to hear we'll be done way, I said 11:30 to 11:45, I suspect we'll be done a fair bit sooner than that, especially given all the new resources I've added to the download section to give you. Just wait for it to turn 25 past on my laptop clock, which is about 60 seconds away, and then we will begin part 2 of PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss, hypno mind jab solution training, understanding. Although hopefully by now, I'm hoping that you're realizing the fact that this applies to anything, any habit, addiction, fear, phobia, fucking anything a client comes with. Everything I've said applies, and everything I'm about to say applies except for that which pure common sense should hopefully tell you doesn't. In other words, within the next couple of hours to follow, you should learn more of actual use in the real world than you probably learned in the past. For therapy, full stop. So we are back. We are back. We are back. So this is the PRICKNOSIS needle-free hypnotic weight loss mind jab solution training, being recorded live on the 9th of July 2023. I mention that because very soon I'll be telling you about the advantage you've got, those people who jumped on this today on the 9th of July, or the people who get the recordings on the 10th of July. You've got a massive advantage in that other Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp members will not get access to the recordings until after the middle of September. It gives you 2 clear months. And a pivotal date for you will be the 1st of September. Thus meaning that you will have several weeks from the 1st of September until other bootcamp members or non-bootcamp members who don't buy the full PRICKNOSIS training, which is going to cost them £397 United Kingdom sterling minimum to purchase after this event. That will all become clear as we go on. And for this next section, I need to refer to my little written notes. And the reason is because most of this is bullshit. Okay? What essentially has happened here is I have seen stuff in the media where the skinny jab, the so-called skinny jab, the weight loss injections are getting worldwide publicity, both positive and negative. And they're now being offered on the NHS to people of a certain BMI, body mass index. But because they're not being offered to everyone, other people are going and buying them. And there's places in the world where you can't get them for free. You have to just buy them. And people are doing without looking at the fact there's side effects galore. And we'll get into that in a minute. But I saw this and I thought, you know what? Some years ago, gastric band operations were all over the media. And then people started doing gastric band hypnotherapy sessions, virtual gastric band sessions. And so did I. My virtual gastric band complete mind therapy approach is part of this package. All the scripts and stuff are in the download, and I'll talk about that more later. Highly successful, not because necessarily because you psychologically guided them through an imaginary gastric band operation and you use sound effects and the smell of Dettol or Dettol or bleach passed under their nose so it smelled like an operating theatre, and you had sound effects of trolleys and instruments and all this. Although that made it a multi-sensory experience, yes, and made it more believable and heightened the belief and expectancy and the experience and all that. And if you believe what Dr. Bruce Lipton, the author of the rewind, back again. Dr. Bruce Lipton, the author of The Biology of Belief, who is an epigenetic scientist, has to say, then his evidence shows that what we think can cause genuine cellular and genetic change in the body. So maybe, you know, it did shrink the stomach genuinely. Who cares? What's more important is all those other things I talked about earlier were in place, because, you know, very rarely do people sit in a room one-on-one with a perceived expert figure, like a therapist, and for 60 minutes, an hour and a half or whatever, once, maybe 2, 3, 4 times in a row, over a course of weeks, feel they've got some kind of support system, that they're not on their own, that somebody gives a shit, which helps all those things I talked about earlier to some degree. But then if you use I call them crafty tricks because it just makes me smile, but if you use the therapeutic approaches that I'm going to mention, they will genuinely, pain and pleasure will get reversed in the right manner. They will rewire and rebalance those emotional things that I spoke about so that they feel whole and so that the traumas are gone and so that they can be the perfect them. It will happen. It's as simple as that. Before we get to that, this is made up by them, and I said the key is what did it was the publicity that instilled a belief into people. The hype, it also made it hot property. Well, that's about to happen again. Hundreds, if not thousands of therapists around the world rode that tidal wave of the virtual gastric band hypnosis. It's still popular now, but not quite as much as it was. Well, I can tell you that over the next weeks, and certainly from the 1st of September 2023, for reasons I'll come to in a minute, the virtual weight loss injection, the virtual skinny jab, and in particular, if you do, as I advise you, PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind jab solution, will be in massive demand. And as licensed practitioners, legally able to display your PRICKNOSIS diploma and use the logos and the leaflets and the poster designs that you've been given and the various professionally put together promotional videos that are in the download as well as the ready-made blog postings, the ready-made social media posts. It is, excuse the cheesy saying, but it is a business in a box. It's there to make it easy for you to attract attention to yourself, to make yourself stand out from the others, and to make it so that people decide on you as being the right choice for them. Now, there's some people, it doesn't matter what advertising you do, they're not going to come to you because they just don't want to go to a man, or they don't want to go to a woman, or they'll see that you use the pronouns they and non-binary, and for whatever prejudiced or non-prejudicial reasons, they'll decide they're not coming to you. You can't please all of the people all of the time, and neither should you try to. The success in marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotion comes from standing out. And to stand out, you've got to be a bit different. You've got to put your head above the parapet. You've therefore got to, by virtue of pleasing many, upset a few. Although sometimes it can be that you upset a lot inadvertently, but that means that you get noticed by the percentage that will pay the hundreds and hundreds of pounds or hundreds and hundreds of dollars for your services. This is why most therapists struggle by. Most therapists are barely scraping a living. Most of them do it part-time and have other side hustles. It's because A, they're not charging enough, and B, they don't know how to put themselves on the map. That's why in the downloads, we've also included a full training package on writing press releases and media releases, a whole bunch of tools. There's even software that will help write press releases for you. Plus, I've given you an example PRICKNOSIS practitioner. I've just become a PRICKNOSIS practitioner style press release template. We give you everything, but we'll come to that later. So, what's the bullshit we're selling? Sorry. What's the highly effective, wonderful weight loss strategies and techniques that we're selling to people to help them avoid the potentially fatal, because of side effects such as pancreatic cancer, thyroid cancer and whatnot, can lead to death, and a whole bunch of other side effects. We're offering them the drug-free, chemical-free, side effect-free, and then I normally would say, well, actually, to be truthful, there's several side effects with this that you'll feel better about all other areas of your life. You'll have more positivity, more confidence, and just every other area of your life will improve, as well as you starting to lose rapidly and safely the weight that you need to lose. And I never would discuss with them exact figures. And the reason for this is, once a human being feels fully loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued, and their self-confidence, self-image, self-control, and self-esteem are balanced out, and their self-worth, self-respect, self-love, positive selfishness balanced out, and they feel whole, and they repair their self-identity, and they learn to love themselves, guess what? They'll become far less critical about themselves when they look in the mirror. So suddenly, they probably won't want to lose as much weight as they originally thought they did. And the positive effect of that is they'll end up feeling better with the results they're getting, and they attribute that to you, which it kind of is, because you've guided them to feeling good about themselves, but they put it down to it was the magic of the hypno jab or the virtual gastric band or whatever. It wasn't. It was that you balanced out their neck-top computer and did all the things we spoke about earlier. And it just came as a natural result. But because of the context it's presented in, they will attribute it in a different way. And that's what we do as therapists. So, yeah, what is the weight loss injection? Well, in the real world, it's a hypodermic needle. Well, not a hypodermic needle. There is that option, but it's more like one of those EpiPens where you've got a thing and you put it against your chest, press the button at the top, and it just fires the needle in and delivers what is ultimately a chemical drug meant for diabetes. There's numerous different versions of this drug. Liraglutide, aka Saxenda, or Saxenda, SAXENDA, which is the one that the NHS are prescribing to people of a certain body mass index. Other brand names for it are Wegovy, semaglutide, or Zempic. You don't really need to know these things other than mentioning them in blog posts or whatever gives that perception you know what you're talking about. So why did the virtual gastric band system type thing work? And it still works. In fact, it's part of the 4 sessions I would do under the PRICKNOSIS banner. It worked because the client could imagine it and they could imagine the outcome. It was a bizarre idea of it being purely imaginary, but it was made multisensory. We can do that with PRICKNOSIS. And in fact, we do, because the gastric band is one of the sessions. It was talked about a lot in the media, so that heightened the belief and expectancy in the client's mind. Well, the weight loss injections are being talked a lot about in the media right now. And let me tell you, the moment you get off your backsides and use the marketing materials that are inside the download, PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind job solution, will be getting talked about as well and entering people's heads. And you'll then ride on the tide of what's happening on the 1st of September, which I'll tell you about shortly. So when you charge a good sizable amount of money, which most people who took the gastric band trainings with whoever were encouraged to do, the fact there was a financial commitment meant that it really just attracted clients who were truly ready to make change. It was not just a one-off session, there was multiple sessions, which there needs to be for weight loss. You know, for habits, addictions, fears and phobias, I do 1 session or your money back. But for weight loss, you need the client to get to a point where they see the results and know they have lost weight, and in their mind attribute it to you having helped them do that. Then they feel happy and go away as a raving fan and send other customers to you, rather than going away going, well, I can't see any results. Then they end up losing the weight, and it is because you made them feel better about themselves, but they don't attribute it to you. You've got to be part of that process when they start to lose the weight, and they've got to connect it to what you've done for them and help them do. The approach, the gastric approach, focused people on eating smaller portion sizes, just like a real gastric band operation would have provided. Well, of course, taking less calories, you lose weight. It eliminated cravings and snacking. It eliminated trance eating, that, you know, watching the telly while you're eating. So you then find that you feel bloated because you didn't recognize when you felt satisfied. It interrupted the patterns and food trances that they currently had, and it built in the motivation for can-do success. Well, and that was the case both for the virtual and the real gastric band operation. But the real surgery failed for a lot of people. Not everyone's suitable for real physical surgery. And the truth is, not everyone's suitable for the chemical drug weight loss injection. It only supplied a physical barrier, making the stomach smaller, but it didn't deal with the person's mindset, the real operation. So people did lose weight, but then long term generally regained it all, or worse, due to having not reprogrammed the personal neck-top computer, the stuff we talked about at the start. Because it didn't address lifestyle changes. If you kept doing what you always did, you'll keep getting what you've always got sooner or later. There was an artificial interference of the gastric band. Some people just didn't want to take the risk of surgery or were not suitable for it. It wasn't suitable for everyone. The same with the weight loss skinny jab. Okay, or the Saxon skinny jab, call it what you will. Apparently, the NHS are going to be giving it free for people with a body mass index of over 35. In particular, those who haven't managed to lose weight with lifestyle changes. Now, I interpret that, I'm not saying it is this, but it's the way I am interpreting it, so it's right for me. Those who haven't managed to lose weight with lifestyle changes, there's only 2 lifestyle changes you need. Take in less calories and do more exercise so you burn off more calories. Do a combination of them, little and often, so it's sustainable and so you don't feel you're being depraved, and you will fucking lose weight. Apparently, the injection blunts the person's appetite. It helps them to make them feel fuller, faster, and less hungry. It mimics a hormone we produce naturally, which acts on tissues in the body, including the brain. I don't think I want chemicals and drugs in my body doing that kind of shit, but apparently some people do. But here's the interesting bit. When you check it out, these injections that contain chemicals and drugs with potentially fatal side effects require a low-calorie diet. Otherwise, they'll not be as effective without one. What? Some side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, headaches that many cannot tolerate, including kidney failure, thyroid cancer, pancreatic cancer. Fucking great. You'll lose weight. A lot of people lose weight when they get cancer. I hate to be flippant. Shit yourself, walking around vomiting and shitting. Yes, no, really. There's a better way of doing this. It has a box warning on the in the leaflet that you get that you could be at risk of thyroid cancer or pancreatic cancer. And it says on the leaflet, the weight may most likely be regained after you stop taking the drug. In other words, you've got to be a fucking drug addict for life to keep the weight off. That sounds expensive and dangerous to me. If you're playing Russian roulette with something that could cause cancer, the more times you fire that in you, the more I'd say you're getting closer to the loaded bullet. These are fucking things worth mentioning to clients to convince them as part of your marketing why it makes more sense for them to use the chemical-free, drug-free, needle-free hypno mind jab solution that is PRICKNOSIS. And yeah, PRICKNOSIS sounds a bit rude. Some could see it that way. Some it'll offend. But the point is, it gets people's attention. Attention, interest, desire, action, the 4 key points of marketing. So you could regain the weight if you stop taking the chemical. You've got to have a calorie-controlled diet while you're taking the chemical. Oh, and it's even more effective when you do, guess what? Some exercise. Hang on a minute. If we take the chemical and the drug out of the way, some of the things we needed with that anyway for it to be effective are to reduce calories, increase exercise, if you reduce taking less calories than you currently are, and you burn off more than you're currently burning off, those 2 things together, you will end up with sustainable weight loss. Steady, safe, sustainable, till your body gets to factory reset almost of what is right for you, where you'll find that, well, we'll get into that later. Once you train yourself to eat when you're truly hungry and stop when you're truly satisfied rather than full or bloated, which is what we're going to help the clients to do, then you'll end up naturally maintaining your weight and become a naturally thin person without any chemicals, without any drugs, except the drugs that are produced in your own body through thought patterns and naturally, but they're not to be feared. Just as a side note here, there's a website if you want to get into people's body mass index, nhs.uk. You can search Google for that with the search phrase BMI body mass index, healthy weight calculator, and one will come up. The point is that gastric band operations and the chemical and drugs are not recommended for people below a certain BMI. With the NHS, it's minimum 35. That's why people are going buying them, because they're hearing these stories that it's working. Whereas, according to the NHS in England, a body mass index of below 18.5, and as I say, the website I mentioned tells you about how to work this out based on your height weight ratio, does it for you. Below 18.5, NHS consider you underweight. From 18.5 to 24.9, they consider that the healthy range. From 25 to 29.9 is overweight. From 30 to 39.9 is what they consider the obese range. So 35 is right in the middle where they're saying they'll give you the injection for free. 40 or above is severely obese. As you already probably know as a therapist, if you've already dealt with weight loss clients, the vast majority of them are not obese. They just think they are. They think bad about themselves. Don't get me wrong, there are clients that are obese and we can help them as well. But the vast majority aren't really in the obese. They might be carrying a few extra pounds. They want to get bikini ready for the holiday, or they want to be able to fit in the wedding dress, or that's the bread and butter market. It's the people who think they're more overweight than they are, but can't do anything about it for all the reasons I mentioned before. So, and here's the other thing. The chemical drug jab, research has shown, get ready for this, that apparently using it, you could shed around or just over 10% of your weight. Go on, think about this. That's actually not very much if someone's severely overweight. And with all those risks, it's really not worth it. Oh, and by the way, they tell you you have to avoid certain foods on the jab. Things like biscuits, cakes, chocolates, sweets. You've got to avoid any fried food, excessive amounts of alcohol, any food that's high in saturated fats. You've got to avoid fizzy type drinks that are high in sugar. And you're supposed to avoid any energy drinks or sweet and caffeinated drinks. Sounds like fucking hell to me. The solution that the road I go down is one where people do not have to deprive themselves. They can eat what they want, when they want. It's just that they've got to eat when they're truly, genuinely hungry and stop the moment they become satisfied. Not when they're full, bloated, or overfed, but when they're satisfied. Because most people have lost being able to identify that because they do not eat consciously, but we'll come to that later. So let's look at hypnosis, or mind control, or mind programming. It doesn't matter what the fuck you call it. Psychological placebo, be more honest, because placebo effect and nocebo effect are massive in everything. It's all about beliefs and expectancy, like I spoke about before. And I'm not going to spend ages talking about the placebo effect, because there is a complete 6-hour training video set called the Royal Event inside the download that you can watch, where I go into the scientific and clinical studies that prove the positive power of placebo, and then I relate it to hypnotherapy and prove beyond any reasonable doubt that what we do is harness the placebo and nocebo effect, along with everything else I talked about before. Let's look at hypnosis briefly. You're probably already aware that hypnosis can help people to regulate their portion sizes. You're probably already aware hypnosis can help people with cravings for different types of food, that it can increase motivation to exercise, that it can help make the person feel good about themselves without side effects, that it can help bring and support long-term sustainable life changes. That's what we do as therapists. So ultimately, if we make it easier for the client, i.e. painful for them not to do more exercise and painful for them not to reduce the portion sizes, and pleasurable to do the opposite, And we enable them to feel fully loved and all the things I talked about before, so that automatically they're heading in the right direction. And we help them heal their inner child, which I'll come to very shortly, so that they can let go of all the stuff from the past that could be acting as a negative roadblock. And this will be very relevant, because sometimes people reduce their calorific intake and start doing more exercise, and yet they don't start losing as much weight as you would think they would. And in my experience, that turns out to be that either A, they've still got massively high stress levels, they're stuck in the sympathetic nervous system too much, or they're eating way too much crap, they need to alter the nutritional element, or their sleep pattern, they're not getting enough sleep, or they're having way too much. Or it might be a time in life where they've got hormone changes and they need to go and see a medical GP, maybe for hormone replacement therapy. I've had female clients that the difference that made the difference was getting hormone replacement therapy. And then, boom, it was like the factory reset. The psychological factory reset had been done through the therapy, but the hormones then balanced out, and wow, suddenly they were able to shed the... but everyone's different, obviously. And I know I said there's women who's had hormone replacement therapy. I don't mean to be sexist there. I know that sometimes men can have hormonal imbalances as well. I just thought I'd mention that. Or it could be that the person is really stuck in that sympathetic nervous system freeze area, because they've got what gets labelled as PTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder, because of having been a rape victim, and the idea of having the pounds on is that at an unconscious level, that's kind of protecting them, because it makes them look repulsive to the opposite sex, and therefore they're less likely to be raped again. Might sound simplistic and ridiculous, but when you can help them through that inner child healing or similar techniques that are taught in my boot camp in the psychophysio energetic alignment of changing energies and emotions section to help give your clients inner peace and peace of mind, and also in the mind changes psychotherapy section, then you can help them to come to terms with and release those things. And when the psychological blockages are removed, quite often then, boom, it's like it melts away the fat, because they don't feel the need for that security blanket anymore. But they're the minorities. The majority are people who just think they're fatter than they are, who want to be bikini ready or wedding dress ready or whatever. So, but all of those things, stress, we can help them with relaxation, hypnosis. Nutrition, we can motivate them to eat more of the things that are better for them. Sleep patterns, we can help them to be able to sleep better. These are all things that can be addressed using the techniques and skills that, as an experienced therapist, you've already got, or if you're a newbie, you will learn inside the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, available from ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. So, my final notes here say, nutrition education, work on the inner child, we mentioned it. That's essentially it. Hopefully you realise the only elements of the chemical drug jab that work sustainably and safely and long term are really the fact of taking in less calories and doing more exercise to burn off more calories than you're taking in, a combination of the two. Boom! Well, guess what? We can do all of that with hypnosis, PRICKNOSIS, the Hypno Mind Jab solution, call it what you will, which is where we are now going to head. So, I am going to show you this book. You may have encountered it before. I Can Make You Thin by Paul McKenna, one of the most successful weight loss books in the world, and the studies that have been done on people who actually use the method to the letter is that the vast majority lose the weight they want and keep it off. Don't care what you think of Paul or his abilities. What's in here has been proven to consistently work when the key components are used by the person who has got the book. However, let's have a little look. This entire book, there's various techniques in it, but the bits that matter is that if you take in less calories than you previously were, and you do more exercise to burn off more calories than you previously were doing, that you will lose weight. And then when you're at a certain point, if you keep the levels of intake and exercise balanced, you will maintain it. Well, from page 140 of I Can Make You Thin by Paul McKenna, published in 2005, I quote the key bit of this entire book and this entire system, which has been proven to work for the people who follow it to the letter, is this. And I'm using this for literary review and satire purposes, which allow me under the copyright exemptions of the Copyrights, Designs and Patents Act 1988. I quote word for word. The final note, we are at the end of the book and the beginning of a life where you are in control of your body and what you do and don't put in it. Remember, there are only 4 things you need to do to be thin for life. 1, eat whenever you're hungry. 2, eat what you want, not what you think you should. 3, eat consciously and enjoy every mouthful. 4, stop when you think and feel you're full. Everything else in this book is here to help, and it will. You don't have to believe it, just follow my instructions. And then it goes on about using the audio CD that comes with it, i.e. the totem effect. Yeah? Okay, let's break this down. Eat whenever you're hungry. Well, a little tip here. People don't actually recognize generally when they're truly hungry. They think they're hungry and they go and they have something to eat. Better to educate our clients to have a glass of water first, because the feeling of thirst and hunger, until you retrain your body to recognize it, are very, very similar. So if you have a glass of water, if 2 or 3 minutes after drinking that normal sized glass of water, I'm not talking about having a pint, just a normal sized glass of water, if you still feel hungry a few minutes later, then you are hungry. If you don't feel hungry a few minutes later, you were thirsty and your body hasn't yet learnt the difference. So that's worth doing and educating the clients to do. And that's something I tell them to do consciously, as well as feeding it into suggestions. Okay? Number 2, eat what you want, not what you think you should. This means you can eat whatever you want, including junk food, sweets, if you truly want to. If you truly need to at that time, if that's going to make you feel better, having some of what you fancy is better psychologically for you. But yeah, calories. Oh dear, this goes against it, doesn't it? Well, no, not if you eat consciously, point 3, and enjoy every mouthful. Most people just shovel stuff in and they're watching television and they're eating and they're not paying attention. And even if they go to a restaurant, you know, they quite often shovel it down because they're talking to them. Eat consciously. Turn the telly off. Pick up your knife and fork. Tell them to get a mouthful of food, then put down their knives and forks on the plate and chew that food 10 to 15 times. Most people only chew it 3 or 4 and then swallow. Tell them to consciously condition themselves to put down their knife and fork when they've put food in their mouth, or put down the bag of crisps on the table if they've just taken crisps from a, you know, use common sense, and to then chew their food 10 to 15 times. Then swallow. Then pick up the knife and fork again, or pick up the bag of crisps and take some more. Eat consciously without distraction. Enjoy the flavour and also That's aided by counting that you've definitely chewed 10 to 15 times. And here's the thing, that slows down your pace of eating, the way the food's going in, so that number 4, stop when you think you're full, when you feel full. Well, your body needs to relearn what that feeling of satiety is, of being satisfied. Not overly full, not bloated, just satisfied. So you're no longer hungry. And that's the point when you stop. And yes, that probably will mean throwing away some crisps in the bag or putting it in one of those Sealy bag things so that they'll still be crunchy later. Or, you know, leaving food on the plate. And yes, that's where we have to sometimes help the client get over their self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret that's been installed in them from early ages of, oh, there's people in third world countries starving, you've got to eat that up. I just tell them straight, I mean, I give them the stuff hypnotically as well, when they're in that relaxation response, the transitional sleep state, or arguably the theta state, which I'll come to later about brainwave patterns. I instill it into their computer, but I also tell them consciously, look, that food will be no good. You could package it up and send it to fucking the poorest part of India. It'll have rotted by the time it gets there and probably kill somebody. Get fucking real. So that I'm operating a shock tactic consciously and also putting it in a more gentler, you won't feel negative about leaving food on your plate. In fact, it will merely serve as a sign and a signal of how fantastically and wonderfully you're achieving everything you wish to achieve and how you're starting to melt that fat away and become the slim, slender, positive, confident you that you deserve to be and continue to become from this moment forward, that kind of thing. Now, I know what you're thinking. I didn't pay money just to run a course and be told, do what Paul McKenna says. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because it's very true, those 4 points. But it's not Paul's idea. And unless somebody, and I will apologize to Paul McKenna, but I publicly posted this before, and he's never sued me, and I'll publicly apologize if anyone else can get a copy of this book from 2005, one that predates today, the 9th of July, so if they bring out a new issue and update it after today, that won't count. But if anyone can find in here any credit mentioned to anyone for those bits that I've just read out, in particular, if anyone can find any credit to the person who actually came up with them, I will plait sawdust and juggle soot. In other words, what I'm telling you is McKenna didn't come up with it. As best as I can find, this guy did. In a book called Diets Don't Work by Dr. Bob Squartz, which you can get on Amazon for like literally a few quid. This was first published in 1982. 92, 2002, 2005, 23 years before this. It was published in 1982, years before McKenna ever dreamt of being a hypnotist. Now, there's various wonderful exercises in this book you'll find useful to use with clients in certain circumstances, so I recommend you get it. However, I'm just going to cut to chapter 6. What naturally thin people think and do. And again, I'm sharing this under literary review, copyright exemptions of the Copyrights, Designs and Patents Act, 1988, which my short review of this book is, if you want to help clients to lose weight and you don't buy a copy of this book by Bob Squartz, Diets Don't Work, then you're fucking brain dead and deserve to fail. Okay, so I think that's like a positive enough review that Bob may give me permission to quote from chapter 6 of his book. Chapter 6, what naturally thin people think and do. The secrets to being naturally thin. Pay close attention. Although the secrets to being naturally thin are simple, the transition can be tricky. During my 38 years of researching weight loss, I made an important discovery. Becoming a naturally thin person requires a 180-degree shift in your approach to food, eating, yourself, your body, and your life. Are you ready for the secrets? Do you want to know how naturally thin people stay thin without dieting? like most truths, once you see the answer, it's simple. Naturally thin people do four. Hang on, we've encountered that number before. Do four fundamental things when they eat that overweight people don't. Number one, a naturally thin person eats only when their body is hungry. Fucking hell, deja vu. Number two, a naturally thin person eats exactly what they want to eat. Wow, this is like Groundhog Day. Number three, a naturally thin person enjoys every bite of food they put into their mouth. In other words, they eat consciously. And number four, a naturally thin person stops eating when their body is no longer hungry. They retrain themselves so that they can stop when they feel satisfied, not overly full or bloated. If there's anyone on this Zoom or watching these videos who hasn't already realized they are the exact same four fucking things that McKenna's I Can Make You Thin is based on, and yet nowhere in this book that I can see does McKenna credit Bob Squartz, the author of Diets Don't Work, that was published in 1982, some 23 years earlier, then I will juggle soot and plat sawdust. Those are the secrets of eating like a naturally thin person. They are that simple. I couldn't believe it at first and tried to complicate it, convinced that it was the food they ate or when they ate it, or at least their metabolism. I discovered that some naturally thin people eat junk food and some eat health food. Some eat an early dinner, some eat late, some eat quickly, others eat slowly. What naturally thin people have in common is that they eat when their bodies get hungry. They eat exactly the food their bodies want at that time. They enjoy every bite, staying conscious of the effect it's having on their body's hunger. And they stop eating when they are no longer hungry. If you stop and think about it, that's how children and animals eat. It's the natural approach to eating. Let's take those four natural basics one at a time, because this is the key to everything. We're going to give it some window dressing, some theatrics, some hypnosis, some needle-free weight loss techniques. Yeah, we'll come to that, but the core of it's this. Number one, naturally thin people eat only when they are hungry. It doesn't occur to naturally thin people to combine donuts and sadness, as overweight people often do. Their days don't revolve around food. Sometimes you'll even hear them say things like, oh, I think I forgot to eat today. The only time you forget to eat is when you're asleep or unconscious. If naturally thin people aren't hungry, they don't think about food. It's that simple. Eating isn't an issue in their lives since they have permission to eat exactly what they want whenever they get hungry. There's no deprivation. They can eat what they want. I'm adding bits in here of my own as well. When they get hungry. So it never occurs to naturally thin people to eat for any of the reasons that overweight people do. Naturally thin people eat because their bodies are hungry, and that's it. They don't waste food by eating more than their bodies need. Food is food. Food is never love, comfort, sex, companionship, etc. All things which could be required if there's imbalances in the things we talked about in session one. So an important part of our work with them will be to balance those things out. Number two, naturally thin people eat exactly what they want. Naturally thin people do something overweight people never do. Before they sit down to a meal, they ask themselves, what do they truly want to eat? Grazing is an unfamiliar concept to naturally thin people. They decide what food they want before they start eating. Then they eat it. They're more decisive. It's a different state of mind, which we're going to help them reprogram that personal laptop computer. Number three, naturally thin people consciously enjoy every bite. Naturally thin people are conscious of what they're eating and the effect the food is having on their body's hunger. A naturally thin person would never find their hand at the bottom of the popcorn box wondering who ate all the popcorn. If they end up at the bottom of the popcorn box, it's because they were still freaking hungry. Naturally thin people consciously enjoy what they're eating. Naturally thin people are satisfied with less because they actually enjoy their food more because they're eating consciously and they're eating when they actually are genuinely hungry and eating what they actually want to eat, so there's no deprivation. Whenever I used to buy ice cream cones, the first bite would taste just great. After the second or third bite, I couldn't taste the flavour anymore. All I could taste was cold. If a naturally thin person stopped enjoying the ice cream, the rest of it might be thrown away. A man named Melvin from Houston once told me that whenever he tried to get his son to finish the food on his plate, the child would say, "I'm tired of eating." Overweight people never know when they get tired of eating because they do it so unconsciously. Eating consciously is like driving a stick shift car, a gear stick for UK friends. It may be difficult to master at first, but once you learn, you never think about shifting that stick again. First, learning to eat like a naturally thin person requires effort, which is made, you need to pay attention to what you're eating. After a while, eating consciously and enjoying every bite becomes second nature. Well, it becomes easier by initially overcoming those difficulties by putting down the knife and fork, or putting down the bag of crisps, chewing 10 to 15 times, then swallowing, then picking up the knife and fork again, because that gives you time to consciously hone in on savouring the flavour of the food with the television switched off, so that also it gives your body time to recognise and absorb the food and tell you when you feel satisfied, not overly full or bloated. Number 4, naturally thin people stop eating when their bodies are no longer hungry. Did you ever have someone try to press food on you even when you said, "I'm on a diet"? Naturally thin people have 2 magic words that stop these people dead in their tracks. They say, "No thanks, I'm full." I know that's 4 words, but "I'm full." That's 2 words. If pressed, they just keep repeating, "Seriously, I'm full. I haven't got room for anything else. Not that I don't want it, I'm just full." I've seen naturally thin people stop eating right in the middle of an expensive meal without the slightest hesitation. I've seen them wrap up and save just a few bites of food, or take all but 2 sips of a soft drink and put it back in the refrigerator. When you ask them why they don't finish it, they say, "I'm full. I'll have some more later if I fancy it." I discovered that doggy bags at restaurants were invented for naturally thin people, not greedy bastards to overly bloat themselves and then take more home. It's for naturally thin people. Why? Because overweight people pretty much eat everything on the table before they leave anyway. Naturally thin people don't care about being in the clean plate club. On rare occasions, they will overeat a little, but they never give it a second thought. Naturally thin people don't give food much importance. They will ignore it, forget to eat it, and even throw perfectly good food away. Naturally thin people treat food as a servant, not as their master. Most overweight people have no idea how hungry they are before, during, or after eating. Eating consciously is how naturally thin people know when their bodies aren't hungry anymore. Naturally thin people are tuned into their bodies. They feel when their bodies have had enough. Naturally thin people basically only know 4 things: when they are hungry, what they want to eat, what each bite of food they put in their mouth tastes like, and when their bodies feel satisfied. For now, there's only one other secret that you need to know to begin the transformation of your diet mentality into a naturally thin mentality, and that's that naturally thin people never go on weight loss diets. Only overweight people diet. And diet itself starts with the 3 letters D-I-E. It's got the word die in it. Diets don't work, as he says in his book. When you stop using them, most people put the weight back on. It's like the injection, it's pointless. When you stop using it, you put it back on. You need a sustainable lifestyle change for safe, long-term weight loss and safe, long-term weight management. And the only way that that is possible is to initially burn off more calories than you're currently burning off by doing more exercise, or taking in less calories than you're currently taking in, or ideally a bit of both, and hey presto. But a bit of both in a manner where you do not feel deprived, and you won't if you're eating what you want to eat, including the treats. You can have treats, but you eat them consciously, so you recognize when you feel satisfied. And at first, it may be a little bit consciously difficult to go, you know what? I've only had half a bag of M&Ms. I'm going to put the other half in the fridge. because consciously you're so used, you've developed the habit of eating them all, for example. But we can help the client a bit with that through the hypnosis technique, suggestion, you know, to control the cravings. But after a while of doing it, and certainly after a 28-day cycle, when it becomes habit to go, you know what, I feel as though I'm satisfied. If I went any further, I'd probably go into the realms of full and bloated. I will actually put the M&Ms in the fridge, or I'll scrape the rest in the bin, or whatever it is. By the end of the month, it'll become an automatic habit to do that. If they keep doing what they've always done, they'll keep getting what they always got. Something has to change. It has to be a full lifestyle change. But this lifestyle change that McKenna's proven, studies have shown it on hundreds of thousands of people around the world. But, oh, sorry, McKenna had the ability to have TV companies behind him in America to check these things out. So even though he has proven that Bob's approach works, I'd have thought he'd have still given some credit to Bob. I know I keep just putting in that dig there that I think it's fucking out of order that I can't find Bob's sports name anywhere in McKenna's book. But it's also because I'm telling you, this is the key to it all. This is the only way to lose weight and keep it off sustainably and manage it in a way that's safe, sustainable, and doesn't make you feel deprived, because you don't have a diet. You eat what you want, when you want, because you only eat when you truly feel hungry. And part of that process of learning when you're truly hungry will be initially educating the client and helping them to have a small glass of water first and leave it a couple of minutes before they have anything to eat. And some, not every time, but sometimes they'll go, actually, I don't feel hungry anymore. Because that will also help them learn the difference between thirst and hunger feelings. And over that period of the first month of conditioning is helping train them to realize, through putting the knife and fork down, for example, and chewing 10 to 15 times, when they get to the point where they feel that feeling of satiety, satisfaction, as opposed to feeling full or bloated. And when all those components come together, then they will be taking in less calories naturally. And if we can add into that, motivating them through injecting positive motivation into their mind within PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypno mind jab solution, then less calorific intake, more calories burnt off. Boom! That is the only way to safely, sustainably lose weight long term. There's not a weight loss system on the planet that's natural, sustainable, and safe that doesn't work for those reasons. It's about mindset and mind-body connection, understanding and learning those things, which we will teach the client and explain to the client during the course of the 4-session approach that we're going to explain very shortly. So before we get into the 4-session approach, because the next section is going to be what those 4 sessions are, which actually won't take very long, because I'll be referring you to scripts. Ah! He said the script word. If you prefer it, I'll use the word structures, proven structures. Okay, if you don't like the script word, they're proven structures. And if you want to alter some of the words, you can do. Therefore, it's no longer a script, is it? It's just a structure or a framework, if you prefer that, okay? It's a fucking script, all right? Even people who don't use script use fucking scripts, because during time they find what they feel comfortable saying and it becomes the structure and framework they use. Guess what? That's the definition of a fucking script. So bollocks to all the arguments on the forums, okay? So yeah, scripts. We will be referring to them. So it won't actually take long to tell you what the 4 sessions are, because you'll be referring to frameworks, to bullet points, to call it what you will. What I want to tell you is what I've added to this since what is already in my Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. Now, the vast majority of you are already in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, who are on this call on the 9th of July, or have already locked in the price to get the recordings tomorrow. There's literally about 3 people out of the nearly 40 people who signed up for this that are not already in the boot camp. So there's no sales pitch. I just say, look at ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. Contents are like, cost over 12 grand to buy individually. However, it retails as a whole normally for $5,000, which is about 4.5 grand sterling. It beats anything on the planet. It comes with a full 1 year, 100% satisfaction money back guarantee, one that actually guarantees you'll earn more money in that 12 months from joining than you did before you joined. No one else on the planet offers a guarantee like it because they can't. There's nothing anywhere close to it. But if you're not in the bootcamp, inbox me via facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, my Alex William Smith personal Facebook profile. Say, I was on the PRICKNOSIS course. I'm not in the bootcamp yet. How do I join? And as long as you do that within 48 hours of now, I will make you fall off your chair running to the computer in eagerness to sign up to the bootcamp, because I will charge you, well, let's put it this way, you'll earn it back with one single client, one single therapy client. Because, yeah, there's no upsells. Once people are in my bootcamp, by the way, anything, and the only difference has been PRICKNOSIS. This will go into the bootcamp for free for existing members, but not till the middle end of September, because I'm giving you guys and girls a 2-month head start, which is one of the most important keys of this we'll get to in the final part. But anything new that I release gets added to the bootcamp at no extra charge. So it's not like I'm trying to sell you something and then I'm going to try and sell you something else. No. The only exception was PRICKNOSIS for the reason I will explain in the final part. That is to give you the 2 months head start. So yeah, with that said, inbox me via facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, my Alex William Smith profile, or via the contact details on magicalguru.com and say, hey, I was on PRICKNOSIS. I want to know what's this. I'd be brain dead not to join the bootcamp now. Deal, and I will send you the payment link where you'll look at it and you'll probably email me back and go, did you miss a note off the end there? And then I'll respond and go, no, and I'm not clinically insane either. It's just that I literally don't need your money, but I've got to charge you something to join the bootcamp, otherwise you won't value what's in there and you won't fucking put it to use. I know it sounds egotistical and arrogant, but I did semi-retire near enough 18 years ago, buy my own home outright for cash, using what I've taught you in the first section. Genuinely, most of it was for a number of years from therapy that I earned the money, because stage hypnosis went down the shitter in England for quite a while. Anyway, enough dwelling on that. The next bit you need to know about before we get into what the session structure is, and then the final section will be marketing, which is very important because of the 2-month head start you've got over anyone else, is that I mentioned the placebo. Well, you can study the Royal event videos that are in the download, and I go into all the scientific clinical background, but the short version is this. I'm not going to mention all the clinical papers now. If you want to know about them, watch the Royal event videos at your own leisure. But the short version is this. It has been proven that if somebody is given a tablet and told to take it every day or morning and night for a month, even if it has no chemicals or drugs in it, as long as they believe that it does, then it will help them with whatever ailment. And studies galore have proven this worldwide. And they do what they call double-blind studies against chemical drugs in clinical testing. And that's a farce in itself. A book well worth reading is called The Emperor's New Drugs by Irving Kirsch. And he did a meta-analysis of all the studies that had been done on placebo versus depression, antidepressants. And he did a meta-analysis on them and went into great depth. And ultimately, the short version is, read the book, but the short version is that placebo actually works as good or arguably better than chemical drug antidepressants when the belief and expectancy is firmly and correctly in place. When as it's known in clinical psychology, the placebo has been primed. So the anticipation and expectation is heightened. These are things, if you want to get into more depth, the Royal event videos in the download, in the bonus training zip file, go into. So, yeah. It's also been shown, though, that if rather than a tablet, you give them a capsule, that capsules are actually more effective placebos than just tablets. And it's been shown further that if that capsule is of a certain colour relevant to the issue that's being dealt with, that it can work better. So, for example, a capsule that's half light green and half light blue can have a very soothing effect for calmness, for stress and stuff. Or something that was bright red might be classed as a stimulant. You know, you're looking to a bit of colour psychology. Anyway, the point is, short version, capsules work better. Studies then, next level, showed that sham injections just of saline, were proven to be as effective painkillers as a real chemical drug painkiller when the person truly believed and expected it to work for them. And beyond that, sham operations. Rather than doing a proper knee operation on somebody, they did a study where they just made the incision, sewed them back up, let the person think they'd had the operation, and they showed just equally as good improvement as the people who'd had the actual work done. So placebo, which you can learn about fully in the Royal event, 6 hours of videos with the clinical and scientific resources, they're in the download zip file, so I'm not trying to sell you anything. They're there. Has been proven that tablets can be effective placebos, but capsules work better. Needle injections work better than that. Well, for people who are not shit scared of needles, they do anyway. And operations, sham operations, where the person thinks they've had the operation, work even better than that. But here's the thing. That was proven decades ago. In recent years, thanks to the work of people like Irving Kirsch and the people that I credit in the Royal event videos. We haven't got time for me to go through all the list, but I tell you the credits to everyone that should be credited is in the Royal event videos that's in the download package you've all got. Is that they found that you can actually tell the person that the tablet has no drugs or chemicals in it. Or you can tell them the capsule is just gelatin and doesn't have any drugs in it. Or you can tell them that the injection contains just water. Or you can tell them that with their permission and clinical consent, a genuine surgeon can just cut them, sew them back up so they think they've had the operation, but there won't really be an operation. And guess what? The placebo is just as fucking effective. It's what they call an open label placebo. In other words, it's telling the truth. And I've been using that in my therapy sessions with weight loss clients for years. And I mean, telling them that it's nonsense. I mean, you can go the expensive route, which is go on eBay and type in placebo pills, and you can get a lovely, nice little tin. And in it are, these are mints. It tells you on the back, they're just little breath freshener mints. So okay, as long as the person's not diabetic. You'd have to use common sense and health and safety and all that. But when it says the placebo pills, it tells them on the back the fucking mints. Or on eBay you'll find these things. Oh, hang on. There we go. I'm trying to hang on. Just let me turn off my background for a second. Virtual background. I'm going to turn it off. Go for none for a second, because then it won't blur that so much. Placebo Lab healing pills. It literally says on the back they've got no chemicals, no drugs. Now, the cheap way of doing this, you can go on Amazon and you can type in empty pill bottles, and lo and behold, you can buy plastic pill ones. You know, the ones with the child safety caps, that you can practically impossible to fucking open, but kids can do it dead easy, ironically. But them ones, like the doctor might give you, and then you can get self-adhesive labels and print on it. I would use Rumyordin, RUMYODIN, as the name of the drug, which is an anagram of your mind, which Darren Brown used in his Fear or Faith television show. But Rumyordin, it's an anagram of your mind. And I actually explained to the client and showed them that Rumyordin, rearrange it, it spells out your mind. But the fact it says Rumyordin on here every day when you see the pill bottle, and you take your Rumyordin with your morning brew, and then at night time with a glass of water before you go to bed, boom, that's going to help your metabolism operate more effectively. It's going to help you notice when you feel satisfied more rapidly. It's going to help you feel fuller faster. And as long as you deliver it with conviction, all the things I talked about before, and the client buys into it because you're the authority figure, that gives them the excuse to externalize the blame from themselves for not having done this before to an outside thing. So it makes them feel better. Great, as long as I have those tablets. And by virtue of doing that, that serves as the reminder that makes them eat more consciously. And because they eat more consciously, guess what? They notice when they're satisfied rather than full and bloated. And all the things we talked about come into play. So naturally, they're taking less calories. So even if they didn't do more exercise, they're taking more. They're taking less calories. They are going to lose weight. It's not rocket science. So yeah, pill bottle. You can print the label on your computer and just get some. You know, as long as they're not diabetic, you tell them these are mints. Are you all? Would you be all right having a Tic Tac every one at the morning and one at night time, or even better, get sugar-free mints like the ones they give in the placebo tin. So they're taking in less sugar. Would you be all right having them? Great. Okay. Well, I'm going to give you, you know, like 56 of these, a 28-day supply, one for the morning, one for nighttime. I want you to take one in the morning, one at nighttime. You've told them what it will do for them. So you've implanted the suggestion in an eyes open, conscious state. And then later on, when you've gone through the important seeming ritualistic process to get them into that transitional sleep state, the hypnagogic, hypnopompic state that Baron Felix de Henning de Cuvillers talked about in his 1803 publication, predating James Braid, which is what hypnosis truly is, combined with placebo. We will give them to their personal network computer, if you believe that's what we're doing. But it doesn't really matter whether we believe what we believe, as long as we transmit a belief to the client through the Pygmalion effect I talked about before, that we believe what we're doing will work for them and has worked for tons of clients before. That is what, it's the key of us being the authority figure. So, placebo. I tell them in the very first session that hypnosis doesn't exist. I tell them it exists only in the mind of the believer. I tell them that it's not some special zombie-like state. However, yes, it is like you've seen on the films. If I do that and I do it right, you will be out of it and I can reprogram your laptop computer. So it's an oxymoron. I'm telling them it's not one thing, but it is. But I'm doing that purposely. Why? Because it's not taking the power away from me, but it is causing a small element of confusion. Confusion and disorientation. Part of their brain will be thinking, well, he said it isn't this, and now he's just said it is. Confusion and disorientation. When the conscious mind gets confused and disorientated, it starts to run a pattern trying to work out what the fuck's going on. And when it does that, well, basically, it's fixation of attention on one thing to the exclusion of other things. The nightclub doorman of the mind, the critical faculty, analytical area, executive function, call it what you will, kind of tries to step in and help the conscious mind sort things out, which means it's distracted briefly. So while it's busy doing that, boom, whatever suggestions we give go straight into the unconscious, subconscious mind, the personal laptop computer, without any conventional formal hypnotic induction. Although we are going to do the bollocks of the formal hypnotic induction as well, because that's what they're expecting from a fucking hypnotist. We give them what they expect, and then it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy for them, and they'll feel good about it, and it happens. That it truly is as simple as that. What I said in the first hour is the key to it all, whatever the habit, addiction, fear, or phobia is, which I know makes you think those people who are not in the boot camp yet. What's the fucking point in joining the boot camp if he's actually taught us everything in that first hour? Well, what I haven't done in that first hour, and I can't do in the next couple of hours either, because there isn't enough time, is teach you every single trick and strategy I've used over the past 34 years personally, and also I've taught my television celebrity life coaches. Just think morning television magazine shows in England, television hypnotists. Well, I can mention them. They're mentioned on my blog, actually. Well, fuck it, just go to magicalguru.co.uk, have a look at the career resume. I won't name drop. You can see photographs of the people and the names there. The fact they haven't sued me, and these people could afford to if I wasn't telling the truth, should show you that when I have taught, educated, advised, mentored, or publicised many of the most famous media, television name weight loss consultants, television celebrity life coaches, former stage hypnotists who maybe now are hypnotherapists. Maybe it would be worth learning in the bootcamp the things that I taught them. I'm not saying that you could become as rich as them, because there is another key component that has to take place, just as there is with PRICKNOSIS. I can hand you the secrets and the keys, but no fucking locks are going to come undone unless you pick up the keys, take action, put them in the locks and turn them. You've actually got to get off your ass and do something. And that's what PRICKNOSIS is, really. This is sort of a wake-up call, a kick up the arse, because by virtue of the fact you booked on it, tells me you're either not getting good enough results with your weight loss clients, or it tells me you're not getting enough fucking weight loss clients, or it tells me you're not earning enough money from the weight loss clients you're getting, or a combination thereof. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to come on this. And don't try and justify it to yourself. I just thought it might be entertaining. Bullshit. There's far better things you could have done from 7 o'clock at night till, all right, I reckon we might be done by 11 actually, but for 4 hours, there's far better things you could have done. And if there isn't, you've got bigger fucking problems than working out how to make more money from your hypnosis business. You need to address your fucking life. So with that said, you were definitely in one of those categories, which means that what I'm going to tell you in the last section is vitally important about marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotion, because when you do that correctly, you will get more clients. And more importantly, you'll get more clients who have decided you are the right person to help them. So you don't have competition. They've decided, I like the look of that woman or that man or that non-binary individual. There's a marketplace for everyone and everything. And also I've got to be careful because in years to come, these videos might be seen by people who get mortally offended because I didn't include different pronouns. Whatever. Right, look, the key is this, before we get on to how you get the more clients. Because when you get the more clients who have decided you are the person to help them, A, it's more likely to work for them because they see you truly as the authority figure. And B, they'll be happy to pay more. Because there isn't another you. Part of what they've got to buy is not just a 4 sessions of PRICKNOSIS needle-free hypno mind jab solution treatment. No, they're not just buying that, which is incorporating the virtual gastric band operation if you so desire. They are getting, we don't say to them, you're going to wait, we're waving a magic wand for you. But you could say something ethically like, you know, many past clients have said it was like I waved a magic wand for them and the fat started to melt away. Now there's a whole more to it than that, because really what we're doing is helping you reprogram your personal laptop computer, helping you control cravings, help you feel fuller, faster, and bullet point the things I talked about earlier. But it's about them, they buy you. There are people that would never come to me on this planet if I was the last therapist around. But equally, there's people that would never fucking come to you. Don't take it personally. That's human nature. You cannot win everybody, and neither do you need to. If you charge enough, you don't actually need that many clients to be earning way more than most therapists ever fucking dream of earning. And that's where marketing, advertising, publicity, promotion comes in. So we'll leave that bit to the end. So to conclude this session, or we'll say this session's concluded, this is now the next part. I forgot what we're up to, probably part 3 now. Part 3 is, what do we actually do in the sessions? Okay, the short, lazy answer is, in your download, there is a bonus training section. Inside there is a set of videos called Stay at Home and Hypnotize that you've got for free. This was a 12-hour training event I ran during the pandemic worldwide. I meant pandemic, of course I do. But I did that worldwide, and in there I go clinically, in clinical detail, through each of the 4 sessions that make up my weight loss approach that I've used for years. As I said before, for habits, addictions, fears and phobias, 1 session. For weight loss, I have to use 4 sessions because I want to stretch it out over a period of at least 8 weeks. Because I want the client to genuinely have lost weight by the last time they see me, to such a degree that they go, well, thank you, you've helped me change my life. And they're happy to do a testimonial video or write a testimonial or send their friends to me. Okay. And 8 weeks, if they've not lost some weight in 8 weeks to the point where they feel better about themselves, there's something, they need to go and see a medical doctor. There could be something else at play, you know, in terms of reducing the calories. As long as they're taking in less calories and burning off more calories, they will lose weight. And they should feel better about themselves because of what you've used in the sessions. That's all covered in that Stay at Home and Hypnotize thing. So I'm not going to go into minute detail. All I'm going to tell you is this, that my sessions used to be pre-PRICKNOSIS. So I'll tell you what they used to be. That's what's taught on the Stay at Home and Hypnotize videos you've got in the download. And then, more importantly, I'll tell you what's been added to make it PRICKNOSIS friendly, to make it PRICKNOSIS credible, to make it PRICKNOSIS needle-free hypno mind jab solution media friendly, publicity friendly, attracting magnet, which helps you get attention and clients and make more money, especially from the 1st of September, which I'm coming to very shortly. So what it used to be was session 1, week 1, call it. The client would come, I would get them to give me their completed pre-session questionnaires, which copies of which are included in the download. That tells me all about their life, their greatest achievements, their worst fears, you know, things that cause them extreme psychological happiness and also extreme psychological pain. So we can use that to rewire the pain and pleasure thing that we talked about earlier at the appropriate point of the sessions. As I say, it's all explained in depth in the Stay at Home and Hypnotize, but essentially that's the first bit of session 1. Then I explain to them briefly what the placebo effect is. I actually tell them, and I show them pictures, and I've included images of tablets in a pill box that say placebo on, and capsules that say placebo on, and an injection that says placebo in the download stuff. So you can use visual aids, because it just helps capture the consciousness when you say, look at this. That's not a real chemical drug tablet. It's what it says on there, a placebo. Or I've altered that slightly now for PRICKNOSIS, but I'll tell you that later. That's what it was. So I'd tell them that. And then I'd say, we're going to be reprogramming your personal desktop computer to help you eliminate cravings, to avoid sugary, fatty foods, but to avoid having too much of them. It doesn't mean you're going to deprive yourself. And I make it very clear, this is not about having a cheat day and the rest of the time depriving yourself. That's not sustainable long term. Neither is it about the 80-20 Pareto diet approach of 80% good food and 20% bad. No, this genuinely is eat what you want when you want, but we're going to train you so that you eat consciously, so that you stop eating when you feel satisfied, and so that you naturally end up doing more exercise. So you're taking less calories and you burn off more calories. And I tell them blatantly, and I would use visual aids as well and go, this guy, and I tell them the story of how this has been tested worldwide and it works. But the reason it doesn't work for everyone just reading the book is because a lot of people don't believe that just reading a book can wave that magic wand for them. They need somebody there to hold them by the hand. And that's what I'm here to do for you. Oh, and by the way, he didn't credit the right people, because it was this guy who first published it in 1982. And I tell the clients, and I go, look, it's the same. And I actually point out the 4 things. And what I read to you before, I read it, that bit. I'm telling them consciously, this is not under hypnosis. This is, but they kind of arguably will be in hypnosis, because this will be shocking to them, the fact that this is happening. That I'm saying it's bullshit. Hypnosis isn't one thing, but yet again it is. And we're going to take that middle ground, the oxymoron, and help it to reprogram your personal network. And I tell them all this shit. It's not shit, the truth. And I teach them what's in that book. And then I give them the 1-week crash diet sheet. And it's in the download package. You'll find it. It says things you can use with clients. It says 1-week diet. I give them a print out of it, or can email it them as well, or both. And I say that is what you are going to eat for the next week, for the next 7 days after you've left here. And they've been pre-warned this in advance via emails before session 1 anyway. You could even email it them if you wanted and say, look, buy these ingredients in, because that's what, if you're serious about doing this, that's what you're going to eat for the next week. The only deprivation, the only pain in terms of what you're going to eat is for the next week. If you do that, then I promise you after that, you can eat whatever you want, whenever you want, including sugary foods, fatty foods, your favorite treats and everything. And if they don't agree, I tell them I don't want them as a client. Simple as. They agree because they think, hang on, 1 week of deprivation for a lifetime of eating what I want when I want. Sounds a fair deal. And it is. Now, if they have, and you've got to, from the health and safety point of view, check with them that they don't have any allergies of the stuff that's on the 1-week diet, that's on the diet plan that's in the download. Because a lot of it involves eating meat as well. So if they're vegetarian or vegan, obviously they can't use that. In which case I would go on Google, type in 1 week rapid weight loss vegetarian diet. 1 week rapid weight loss vegan, whatever. To be honest, most vegans haven't got the strength to pick up the phone to book a session with you anywhere. Sorry if there's any vegans listening, but you know, sorry. Right. So, no, they don't have different downloads. I'm just getting that. It's just I've added more downloads to the download area since you first booked your ticket. So that's why I sent out emails going, go and check again, because there's like half a dozen zip files worth of stuff to download. Okay, so I then hypnotize them, i.e. I use a convincer to convince them that I say things, they think them in their mind, imagine them, and they become undeniable reality to them. Now, there's tons of stuff like that in my Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, especially in a set called Royal Hypnotist Live in Blackpool. So for people who are not in the bootcamp, message me, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. For those that are, look at the Royal Hypnotist Live in Blackpool set, where I was kindly joined by Crispy T, who's on with us tonight. And you will learn convincers in there, things that are guaranteed to work. They cannot fail. As long as the person has functioning brain cells, takes you seriously as an authority figure, does what you say when you tell them to say it in the way you tell them to do it, then the outcome will occur guaranteed. For example, if you get someone to close their eyes and look up with their eyeballs as though they're looking up at the top of a pyramid, like they're looking up with this eyeball to the top of the pyramid, like there's a little hole in the head with a white light coming in, and look up with this one, and they keep looking up at your fingertip that's on their forehead. As long as they keep looking up at that, you can then tell them some cobblers about, you're going to count from 3 to 1, and on the count of 1, their eyelids will be stuck fast, tight, locked, glued, welded, cemented together. On 3, they're starting to, it's almost as if they're starting to lock, glue, weld, cement together, as use your powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively. Just so long as you use your powers of mind effectively, you'll find on the count of 2 that your eyelids are getting so heavy, so tired, so heavy, so tired, like you couldn't lift them if you wanted to. It's like all the energy to them, all the energy's been switched off right now. And on 1, just prove to yourself you've done that correctly. Just prove to yourself, just keep looking at that white bright light, just try and open your eyes and notice the locked, welded, cemented together. And they'll try. And the fact is, as long as they're looking up with their eyeballs, it's physically impossible to open your eyelids. But they don't know that. And your fingertip here wiggling reminds them to keep looking up with their eyeballs. So even if the verbal suggestions didn't work, as long as they keep looking up with their eyeballs, they won't be able to open their eyes. However, if they are suggestible, the suggestions will have made them believe their eyelids are stuck anywhere. And however, aside from that, we say just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively, you'll find that your eyes will remain closed. Just prove to yourself that you've done this correctly. If they were suddenly to open their eyes, they're the fucking idiot that didn't do things right. You're not to blame. You did nothing wrong as the hypnotist or therapist. And you can just say to them, really? You didn't really concentrate, did you? And they'll have to admit, no, they didn't. Because the fact is, if they proved to themselves they'd done it right, they wouldn't open their eyes. That's the thing I call Alman's biggest secret revealed, and it's something I teach extensively with examples and proof in the Royal Hypnotist Live in Blackpool videos that you find inside the bootcamp. But that happens in session 1. That's one of the convincers. The other convincer I always do on them, let me just, again, this is done at the start of session 1. I'm just switching to the other, I can't switch to the other camera because I packed it up in the break, didn't I? All right. So basically, let me unblur my background. That'll do it. No, I don't want to blur it. I want no background. No background. None. So it doesn't blur when I move my arm around. Okay. I do a thing where I get them to place their arm out in front of them, make a fist, put their thumb up in the air, stare at their thumb with their eyes, and then they do this stood up. I'm sat down a minute, but they do it stood up with their feet together, other hand by their side, and I get them to stare at the thumb, and I tell them that on the count of 3, I want them to rotate their thumb in a clockwise direction and follow it with their head and their eyes as far as they can until it becomes the least bit painful, and then stop, and then look past their thumb, see what they see in the distance, remember it, then follow their thumb back, to where they were. Then I tell them to close their eyes down and imagine doing it in their mind's eye. Use their powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively. And imagine it's almost as if in their mind's eye, they get to where they were before, but now they feel no discomfort whatsoever. And something they once thought would be difficult to achieve proves itself to be so ridiculously easy. And they find themselves going further. They've broken through the barrier. They feel no discomfort whatsoever. They feel instead a massive sense of achievement. And it proves to them there and then that they can just imagine things and they become a total reality in the real world. And when you know that you've done that right in your mind, when you know you've seen that and you believe that, nod your head, and I wait for them to nod their head. And once they do, I say, okay, open your eyes, keeping your feet together again, keeping your arm outstretched, thumb there, stare at your thumb with your eyes, and on the count of 3, I want you to follow your thumb with your eyes like you did before, but just notice what your new reality is. 1, 2, 3, following your thumb with your eyes, going further, 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 further. And as you can see, I've gone shitload further, as they always do as well, unless they've got a physical disability, in which case we'd use a different convincer if they didn't have arms and were disabled, for example. But generally speaking, my go-to is the eye lock I just mentioned and this. And the reason it works ultimately is the first time when they're stretching, it's like you're stretching the muscles. So it's warming them up. So the second time the muscles are warmed up, thus making it easier to go further. Also, I shall see with it demonstrated on the Royal Hypnotist Live in Blackpool videos that are in the boot camp, and also on the stay at home and hypnotize videos that you've already got, so you don't have to spend any more money. I demonstrate it on there, stood up and you can see it. The first time I said to them, on the count of 3, move your arm and your thumb in a clockwise direction and follow it with your head and your eyes as far as you can and stop when it becomes the least bit painful. And they will stop. You know why? Because there's only so far you can move your head, because I'm not a fucking owl. Physically, I can only go so far. And they will have to remember that point past their thumb. Then I get them to bring it back. Close their eyes and we go through this whole idea that they're imagining stuff in their head, and it's gone further. And when you've done it and used your powers of mind effectively, when you've used your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, when you know that in your mind's eye you've seen yourself go further than you did before, so that something you once thought may have proved impossible to achieve has proven itself to be so ridiculously easy. Once you know that's become your new genuine reality, nod your head. When they nod their head, they're still probably in an element of doubt of, it's not really my reality, but hey, it doesn't matter, because what you do is then you say, look at your thumb. On the count of 3, follow your thumb with your eyes in a clockwise direction like you did before. 1, 2, 3, and just follow it. Following your thumb with your eyes, with your eyes, with your eyes. Well, here's the thing. When I get here, I can't go any further in my head, but I never mentioned head this time. I said eyes. Of course, I can move my arm further and my eyeballs will move. But the thing is, the impact it has psychologically is something I did before, I've done again. They don't realize you've changed the phraseology of what you've told them to do. And to them, fucking hell, they've genuinely physically felt themselves go further. They see it, so they see it and they physically feel an instant genuine change. And to them, that says, you, the authority figure therapy, say things to them. They use their powers of mind, they imagine it, and it becomes a tangible, genuine reality, like it just fucking did. They've had genuine evidence. That convincer I use in session 1 as well. And the third convincer I quite often use is what they call, it's getting incredibly difficult to obtain, but it's called hot heat, or hypno heat, or the hot foil in hand trick. One of the best versions was a liquid that was on the market from a friend of mine, Caldi Rome, who's sadly no longer with us. Some, Chris is just showing it there on screen. Some people, some magic shops still have it in. But if you search for Hypno Heat, there's a powdered form, slightly more dangerous to use. It's more dangerous for you, because it's mercuric bichloride in powdered form. And if you've got cuts or abrasions, it can cause mercury poisoning. So you've got to apply safety. Heat, the version heat that Chris PT is showing on video on screen now. Caldi Rome's Hotspot or Hypno Heat, liquid versions are the best if you can track them down. If not, second best, but apply extreme caution, make sure you haven't got cuts, and don't lick your fingers after. Make sure you've got a damp cloth to wipe your fingers afterwards and clean them, and when you can, at a suitable time, go and wash your hands, is to use the powdered version called Hypno Heat or the hot foil in hand trick. Basically, it's a chemical, mercuric bichloride, which, if you take a piece of foil, dip it in water, and then gently rub your fingers over the foil. There's a whole nonsense why you do this, as explained in the boot camp. You can screw this up, give it to somebody to hold, and tell them to imagine it getting hotter and hotter. Now, the fact is, it gets hotter because, unbeknownst to them, the mercuric bichloride reacts with the foil and makes it genuinely heat up and get so hot that they will drop that foil. But presented in the manner where you're telling them to imagine in their mind's eye, it's like they're turning up a thermometer. When they drop that, because they feel it genuinely get hotter, they genuinely believe you said things, they imagined them, and they became a genuine, physical, tangible reality. You cannot get a better convincer than something where they get a genuine, physical, tangible reality, which makes them believe that they had a psychological reality change as well. That kind of thing combined with the eyes follow thumb, which is so powerful, and the eye lock, power of three massive convincers like that, boom. You could tell them anything after that, and as long as they imagine it, it will become their reality, because there'll be no resistance. They'll have total belief in you as the authority figure. Job's done. But what I then normally used to do in the first session was go through an important seeming ritualistic process, a hypnotic induction, which can be as simple as just close your eyes. And just so long as you keep your eyes tightly closed at all times, unless I say otherwise, then from this moment forward, every breath you take, every noise you hear, every word I say, and every thought you think will merely serve as a sign and a signal to help you relax more rapidly, more deeply, more enjoyably with each second that passes by. And then you can talk nonsense about going down a staircase. It doesn't matter. You can make it up. But I do teach you inductions on the stay at home and hypnotize package and in the boot camp. And then when they're under, which they're not, but when they're in the transitional sleep state, hypnagogic, hypnopompic state, in session one, I tell them that they're going to find that they find it highly pleasurable and easy to stick to the 1 week diet that I've given them. And in fact, they'll find that they feel fuller, faster, more satisfied, and they'll enjoy every mouthful of food. So it gives them a bit of a compensation. I then basically give them the 1 week diet, wake them up, tell them they've got to stick to that diet, and as long as they do, they'll lose a load of weight. Well, they will do. The 1 week diet I've got in there is one that I've appropriated from Ken Webster. Now, Ken Webster, I gave a copy of my gastric band hypnotherapy training, so, you know, fair exchange is no robbery. When he ran a weight loss clinic, he tested out this 1 week diet, and people were losing, like, I mean, not a pound in a week. By the end of the week, they'd lost multiple pounds. They felt really good that they'd lost a shitload of weight, the vast majority of them. And the reason for using that is because whilst they have to deprive themselves a bit by sticking to eating what's on that diet, which is not wonderful. I mean, it's healthy, but it's you know, it is a bit of deprivation. Is that it's only 1 week of deprivation in exchange for a lifetime of eating what you want when you want. But what it does mean is that when they come back after a week for session 2, they've already lost several pounds, and in their head, that's because of the stuff you've put into their head. So on top of the convincers, they've genuinely lost weight and they feel good about themselves, going in the right direction. They feel good about you. Okay. Now, week 2, what I then use is my complete mind therapy structure, script, call it what you will. I use it word for word as I wrote it. And the fact is, use it, it can't be improved upon. It's the perfect script for anything on the planet. And that sounds egotistical and arrogant, but I can honestly tell you there's certain television celebrity life coaches that license this script. You'll see it on magicalguru.co.uk. And this script is such that it's worded so that the client fills in certain blanks themselves. So they experience it as being 100% personal, specific, tailor-made and bespoke to them. So they feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated and all this stuff. Whereas actually I use the same script with everybody. And the way it's worded, we have a television set where they destroy images of the past that they once were when they used to be X, Y, or Z. Now you can, when it's a one-to-one session, say to them, destroy that image of yourself in the past, when you were eating too much, when you didn't recognize, when you felt full and when you didn't eat consciously and all that kind of stuff. However, equally, if you wanted to have people in a group session that weren't all there for weight loss, you wanted to have people in there for smoking cessation as well as phobias, this script is structured such you can say to them, now imagine on the television screen in your mind's eye, the image of yourself as you once were in the past with that issue you came with here today. And the weight loss people will see themselves in the correct manner. The phobia people will see themselves in the right manner. They'll fill in the blanks in a way because of the way I've structured the script. So it's specific, personal, tailored and directly laser focused for them. It's this listing. All of this is scripted. It's in the downloads. There's complete mind therapy scripts there. Everything's there for you. This is cookie cutter. And then there's like a magic mirror, see yourself as the perfect slim you in the future, or the person saying, no, thank you, I don't smoke, or whatever. There's a lot more to it than that, but it's worded in such a way that they see an image of themselves in the future as the perfect them, with all the attributes they need. The weight loss people will see themselves slim and slender. The former smokers see themselves going north. They fill in the blanks. The way it's structured means you can fill a room with people. You don't have to sell all 100 seats in a 100-seat venue to weight loss people. You can also be running a smoking cessation event at the exact same fucking time, because the script is worded in such a way that they will fill in the blanks, for example. And the same applies to the audio recordings you put together. If you record my audio CMT script, you only need one audio MP3. You just need hundreds of different visual images for your website. So you can have a visual image that says, click here to buy Improve Your Golf. They click on it, they get the download of the complete mind therapy script. Guess what? The way it's worded, it'll seem specific and personal to them that it's a golf thing. But that same recording sold to them where they believe they've just bought a smoking cessation trap, guess what? It'll stop them smoking. Just as equally, if they buy it off an image or a shop where it says that it helps them improve their sex life, guess what? It will do. Because of the way I've scripted it. It's a fucking work of genius. And the script is in the bonus training section. So that is session 2. So, session 1, then there's a week gap where they're going to lose weight because of the crash diet. But we've amplified their belief through the convincers. Session 2, CMT. The way that's structured, by the way, is to deal with all the love, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued stuff I talked about at the beginning as being the most important stuff. That's what complete mind therapy is about, the complete mind therapy script. We then, at the end of that session, give them an audio MP3 of the complete mind therapy session and tell them to listen to it every night when they go to bed for the next 28 days prior to coming to session 3. This is the magic totem we talked about. It's also brainwashing, conditioning, you could argue, because they're going to sleep, they're going into the hypnagogic state. And the easy way to do this is, for the tiny bit they cost, just Google Bluetooth headbands. He's got one. Bluetooth headbands, you can pick them up for 5 or 6 quid. When you're charging somebody hundreds and hundreds of pounds, you can afford to give them a free gift of a Bluetooth headband that they can put around. You can even get Bluetooth blindfolds if you wanted to, but Bluetooth headband that they just put on like a sweatband around their head, so that they can set it at a volume level that it won't disturb their partner. They'll barely consciously be able to hear it. Just set it, you tell them to set it to a level where they can just about hear it, but that's fine, because that means that you can drift off to sleep. Crispy Tea's book, they have sleep versions for $9.99 in Home Bargains. They do, you can get pillows, but headbands, the point being, at the end of the day, it's a way that you tell them that when they go to sleep, the moment they close their eyes, set this going, it won't disturb the partner, it doesn't have to be loud, they don't have to barely consciously hear it, they just go to sleep. Now, the studies galore out there that say sleep learning doesn't work. Frankly, I don't give a shit whether it does or it doesn't. If they believe that you, as the authority figure, have told them to do this, you must have told them for a reason. This is a ritual. This is the placebo pill. Get them to do it. And you know what? If there is any truth in sleep learning, then this is going to fucking condition them every night. But they'll believe it's conditioning them. So if they believe it is, then it is. And it's no effort, because they don't have to set aside 50 minutes during the day to listen to it, because that's how long it is if you record the full CMT script. 53 minutes long it takes me to do it, with the right paces. But you've got an audio version of me doing it in the download. So you can look at the script, listen to the audio, and see where the gap should be. So you can learn it by listening to me deliver it. I couldn't make this fucking easier, guys, could I? They've no excuse. They put it on, they go to bed, they wake up, they've done it. That's for 28 days. They come back after 4 weeks. Oh, and during that session, we remind them of everything that's in the I Can Make You Thin and Diets Don't Work. And you know what? If you're feeling generous when you're charging several £100, give them a copy of Diets Don't Work. Buying it news only would cost you £10, but you can buy a load of second-hand copies for £5. Give them one of them at session 2 and say, have a read of that. It'll just tell you more about it. There's stuff in it that will only help them, but the key is it will remind them to eat what they want when they want, to eat it consciously and chew every mouthful, but down the knife and fork and all that. If they feel hungry, have a glass of water first, give it 2 or 3 minutes. Was it thirst or was it hunger? Stop the moment they feel satisfied, not when they're full or overly bloated. Those things we spoke about before is the main emphasis of the consciousness bit, where their eyes are open before they leave week 2's session. And we tell them, okay, come back in 4 weeks' time. We want them to have 28 days, the cycle, the habits are instilled, to use the Bob Squart's Diet Don't Work approach to lose more weight, which as long as they take in less calories and do more exercise, they fucking will. And the CMT thing will be making them feel better about themselves and loved and balancing those things out. And because they feel better about themselves, they will naturally end up wanting to do more exercise. I'm not talking about going to the gym, nothing like that. If they want to do that, fine, but that's not sustainable long term. All they've got to do is just a tiny bit more. Walk one place they didn't walk before. Burn off anything that's a change. If they keep doing what they always did, they'll gain what they always got. They change something, then the change will result. It is as simple as that. That is session 2. So then 4 weeks have passed, so we're now at week 5 in their weight loss journey, but session 3. And at session 3, what I used to do was the virtual gastric band operation. Hypnotizing them, eyes closed, sound effects of operating theatre, things jangling that they think are surgical operation tools in metal pots, smell of TCP and bleach under the nose. I even taped a straw to the wrist so they felt like they were having the UV drip thing put in, and the scripts in the download for the virtual gastric band operation. And at the end of that, I'd give them an audio to take away that was just a normal sort of relaxer therapy, quick induction, and then told them to avoid sugary and fatty foods, feel good and do more exercise. Copyright-free versions with resale rights are inside the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp for people who are already members that you can use, or you will find that there are worded scripts for such in my books that are included in the download that you can use Audacity, the free software, to use and record to give them one. And this is a much shorter session, probably only about 20 minutes long, but they can use it again through the Bluetooth headband that you've already given them. And they're instructed to do so for at least 3 weeks, at least 21 days. So that when they come back for session 4, it will now be 8 weeks at least. If possible, we make it so it's 9 weeks from when they first came to see you. And as long as they have eaten what they want so they don't feel deprived and therefore end up giving up on it, but only eat when they're hungry, eat consciously, and stop when they feel satisfied and do even a little bit more exercise, and that they feel better about themselves as a human being, love, wanting, needed, because of all the things we talked about before, which CMT targets, they will have lost weight by week 8, 9. And the only reason they won't have done is either A, they've got a medical condition, which means they need to see a bloody medical GP. That's not your remit. Or B, they're a lying fucking bastard who has not done what you told them to do. And if so, they're the dickhead, not you, because of the entire way the sessions have been structured. Prove to yourself you've done this correctly. Session 1, everything, those convinces. It's all about they've got to prove it to themselves. Now, and you know by session 2, they will have lost something using that crash diet. If they haven't, they didn't stick to it. Simple as. In which case, I tell them, a provocative therapy like Frank Fowler can't say, F-A-R-E-L-L-E-Y, Frank Farrelly, who did provocative therapy. I actually turn around to him and go, "You're telling me you haven't lost any weight? You're a fucking liar. You've either A, lost weight and you've not realised it because you've not gone for a shit today, or B, you didn't fucking do it." And I guarantee you, when you do it with enough conviction, staring at the end of admitting, it very rarely happens because it's only a week of deprivation. And I sell it to them as that. 1 week of deprivation for a lifetime of eating what you want when you want. But that deprivation will be made easier because of the placebo pill we're going to give you to take in the morning or whatever. Or, as we'll come to shortly, because of the Romeo-Ordin injection I'm going to give you. But that wasn't in the stay at home and hypnotise because there were no needle analogies used then. So that's session 3, gastric band. And session 4, the end one, is essentially to get a testimonial of them saying that they've lost weight, thank you, type of thing. To check in with them if they're losing weight a bit, if they feel they're losing weight too fast, you can take them through the loosening of the band, or if they feel that it's appropriate as it is, you can then say, well, we're now going to reprogram your mind so that the band will naturally dissolve when it's safe and correct for it to do so for you. And that's ultimately session 4. Right, that's what it was. Obviously, there's more detail to that, but the fact is, the complete mind therapy script's in the download. The script to use for the virtual gastric bands and all the sound effects and all that are in the download. The script to use for session 1, it's in the download. You've got everything you need. And I go into more detail about it in the Stay at Home and Hypnotise videos that's in the download. Okay. And for those who are in the boot camp and those who are not, but you will be soon, I'm sure, when you're in the boot camp, you can go to the copyright-free resale rights hypnotherapy audio section, and there's ready-made audios there that you can use legally to give to your clients. There's also hundreds, and I mean hundreds. Man, I've given you in the download access to hundreds of ready-made weight loss and self-help related PDFs that come with ready-made websites that you can use to make money and stuff. That is worth more than the cost of this entire package alone, even to the people who pay 397 quid for this. There's like literally best part of 100 ready-made websites with the product, so you could be earning money on autopilot while you're asleep at night to get people into your sales funnel, who's a percentage of which will then end up becoming paying clients for one-to-one PRICKNOSIS weight loss or group PRICKNOSIS sessions, which we'll talk about in the final section. So to bring this section to an end, the Stay at Home and Hypnotise videos go into more detail of what those 4 sessions were. What are the 4 sessions now? Okay, basically the same with just a couple of tweaks. Okay, if it's not broken, don't fix it. However, I had to add something to justify calling it PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind jab solution, or the virtual weight loss injection. Because that in itself, which we're going to use, as you'll learn in the final section, to get you the clients, creates an expectation of it having something to do with the virtual weight loss injection, doesn't it? So, whilst we made it clear it's needle-free and there's no real needles, we need to do something needle injection related. Otherwise, they could be a bit fucking disappointed, right? So, essentially, everything else remains the same. The exact as taught in the Stay at Home and Hypnotise videos 4-session approach. The only difference is that on session 1, we make more emphasis on the power of the placebo, and we put more emphasis when we're telling them that, you know, tablets work, capsules work better, needles work even better, operations apparently work even better. And then we tell a white lie. We say, generally speaking, that's true, except for Romeo-Ordin, R-U-M-Y-O-D-I-N. And yeah, some of you might have guessed that's an anagram of your mind, because it is a placebo. But hey, and this is I'm talking to the client now, but hey, even though I've consciously told you that it doesn't matter, it's what they call an open label placebo, even you knowing about it, it's still going to work. So any stickers on anything will say Romeo-Odin. And yes, you consciously know that means your mind and it's a placebo. That's fine. But you know what? Your unconscious mind will see it as Romeo-Odin, the world's most powerful, effective, and safest weight loss drug. Now, anyone who knows anything about hypnotic suggestion, I'm sure will have just recognized that was something of a powerful hypnotic suggestion that we've given them. And we're giving them that in eyes open state. We're also going to tell them later as well, that's the only other difference in session 1, when we're telling them they're going to keep easily to that 1-week crash diet, is that they'll also find that each morning they'll awaken and use the Romeo-Odin injection the way they've been taught. And just before they go to bed, they'll use the Romeo-Odin injection the way they were taught. What is the Romeo-Odin injection? Well, it's this. They also do them with blue liquid, red liquid, and yellow liquid. You can get them in packs of 4 as cheap as £2.98 UK sterling for 4 of them, including delivery off eBay. It's basically a ballpoint pen. So push it down, tip comes out, it's a ballpoint pen, and then there's a little bit there that you can press for it to close. And we tell them under hypnosis that when they use the Romeo-Odin injection in the morning, it will inject their mind and body with the world's greatest, safest weight loss drug. And the same thing at night. Bearing in mind that when they, just before they go to bed, to listen to the audio recording we give them through the headband that we give them. And then what we tell them consciously, i.e. eyes open, is that, yeah, this is just a ballpoint pen. You can make notes with it if you want. In fact, if you make notes with it, when the ink runs out, you won't get an annoying little daub of ink on you just below your belly button or above it, which you will do at the moment because there's ink in it. But you know, with a real weight loss injection, they have to hold it against the chest and then press it like an EpiPen, and it fires the little needle in and it puts the drug in, and they have to do that once a week, and there's all those potential side effects, and we go into the spiel about why this is so much safer and all that. Now, you know that isn't going to inject any liquid into you. In fact, it's a ballpoint pen. You know that consciously, but here's the wonderful thing. We programmed your subconscious, your unconscious, your personal neck-top computer, and just as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively before, and found that when you've done it correctly, you couldn't open your eyes. And when you've done it correctly as you did, your thumb went so much further, and when you did it correctly, that foil got hot, you dropped it. Or maybe you do, if you can't get the hot foil, you do the guaranteed locked hands that's taught on the Royal Hypnotist live in Blackpool videos, and it's also taught on the Stay at Home and Hypnotise videos. Don't worry if you're not a bootcamp member, although you would be wise to join. Use those same powers of mind, and when you feel the tip of the pen touch your skin, just above your belly button or below, it's entirely up to you. It will act as a sign and a signal to your unconscious, subconscious mind that your mind and your body's been flooded with this 100% safe, 100% effective weight loss drug that will help you suppress your appetite without even realizing it, so that you only eat when you feel hungry, so that you enjoy every mouthful, consciously eating, chewing your food 10 or 15 times automatically. And so that you find you notice when you feel satisfied automatically and you stop eating rather than feeling bloated off too full. Oh, we've just instilled into them the fucking McKenna weight loss approach. Oh, sorry, Bob Sports rather. But we're using this as an anchor. It will be called in NLP. And we show them, and I'd show them and go, with my own, not the one I'm going to give them for cleanliness purposes, obviously. I go, what you do is, if it was a real weight loss injection, you put it there, you press it, and the EpiPen thing would inject it into you, or just below your belly button, depending on the brand. What you're going to do with this is, first thing in the morning when you get up, you're going to put it above your belly button, you're just going to press that in, so you actually feel the pen nib push into your skin. It doesn't pierce your skin, it can't do. But you just feel that bit of pressure. Because you feel that tiny little bit of physical pressure, That will act as the anchor, the trigger, the signpost, the sign and signal to your unconscious, subconscious mind that you've been injected with Romeo-Odi, the world's most powerful and effective weight loss drug that will help you, and you repeat again, because repetition is hypnosis, that will help you eat only when you're hungry, to eat consciously, to chew every mouthful, to savor the flavor, to stop when you feel satisfied, and to feel naturally more wonderful about yourself so that you feel motivated to do a bit more exercise, even if it is only walking to the supermarket and then getting a taxi home afterwards. Make it casual. From what we, I've already said, that butts in, this fulfills the needle element. They're not very dear. You can get them as cheap as, I say, 4 for £2.98 off eBay in England. Look, even if they cost you £2 each or $2 each, which they won't if you buy a load of them, but if they're paying you hundreds of pounds, surely, if this is the difference that means they lose weight, it's got to be worth giving them that totem, the lucky charm, the anchor. It's a fucking great prop. That goes in session 1. Session 2, after they've done the crash 1 week diet thing, it's the same complete mind theory to help them feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, and deal with all the psychological things. It's giving them the audio at the end to listen through the head thing for the next 28 days, and it's reiterating. It's reiterating the kind of weight loss approach, but we can then consciously say to them, aren't you glad now after that week where one day you could only eat boiled eggs and fucking lettuce and whatever the hell, I can't remember off the top of my head. There's one of the days of the week, it's truly not nice, but hey-oh. But you've gone through that. Now you can eat whatever you want, whenever you want, as long as you're genuinely hungry. You've just got to make sure you're genuinely hungry. So have some water first, give it a couple of minutes, make sure whether it's thirst or hunger. And you reiterate again, so the impact's there. So they remember, eat consciously, knife and fork down, everything we covered. Watch the replay. I don't need to repeat it all. And that's the point when I would give them either a pill tablet thing that said Romeo-Odi, a grand total of 56 of them, 28 days. So they've got one for morning or night. As well as, not instead of, as well as, so we're stepping up, as well as telling them to continue using their Romeo-Odi injection. We tell them that the tablet just amplifies the effects of the drug injection. I know this is all bollocks, but it's bollocks that if they buy into it, it's a ritualistic process, placebo trigger. That would be the only difference on session 2. Session 3, I do the gastric band operation. You've got the scripts, you've got the audios, I teach you to stay at home and hypnotise. And tell them just to continue. No more tablets at this point, but just continue with the weight loss injection. Or what I'd probably do, I've just thought of this now actually. This I haven't tried, but you know what? It feels right. So I am going to do, and I'd advise you to, because you can get these in different colours, green, red, blue, yellow. If you buy them in packs of 4, they come in different colours. At this session, I would actually tell them to bring to that session 3 there, in this example, green one with them, and we'll throw it away because it wouldn't be hygienic. You're obviously not going to give it to another client, are you? Well, you could do, but no, that's not. No, throw it away for what it costs, and give them one that's a different colour. Because it's a different colour, we can tell them that it, because they've had the gastric band operation, it reacts in a different way, and it's helping that to work properly. But again, then we've got, there is no needle involved, so it's still a needle-free, PRICKNOSIS. And in session 4, I would tighten or loosen the band if needed, as instructed in Stay at Home and Hypnotise, but also make sure they know that in the future it will naturally dissolve just as rapidly and safely as is correct for them. and I cover in depth in the download health and safety and duty of care stuff, which if I went into it all tonight, we would be here till midnight. What I say is read the PDF on health and safety for the gastric band operation. Everything that's in there about health and safety equally applies to PRICKNOSIS, all elements of it, as it does to any form of hypnotherapy or mind therapy session. And there is 3 videos as well covering the duty of care, legal obligations and safety stuff, which apply to all hypnotherapy sessions, but especially weight loss, for Christ's sake. If in doubt, refer people to a medical GP. But in session 4, I would also use something like this. Now, you may have seen in the PRICKNOSIS group that one of the people got this, the Hypno-Phony, and the first time they tried using it on their wife, it fell apart, the needle flew out, and the wife said, this would never fool anyone. A few things. Number 1, it's called HYP or hypophony, harmless fun, fake shots, draw blood from a friend. I'll just show you. This, of course, contains rumiodin, and I just need to get it in a position where the light isn't too bright, so you can see. Hopefully, you can see that the needle goes in, and then we inject the rumiodin, and out comes the needle. And but here's the beautiful thing. I'd actually show the client, I'd go, remember the open label placebos? But it's not really a needle. It goes in and out, comes back out again. And it's not really a drug in there, it's just a slidey thing, which shouldn't do anything. But you've already lost weight up to this point, and that's because placebo works. So here's the thing, and you do that at the start of session 4. Tighten or loosen the band under so-called hypnosis, an induction process which is taught on stay at home and hypnotize. But before you wake them up, bring them to normal consciousness, say to them, in a few moments' time, when I awaken you, well, you've got 2 choices how you do this. You can either do it as a post-hypnotic, where you're going to tell them that when you awaken them, what before was purely a non-genuine joke shot syringe, that they still know consciously is not a real needle, does not have any drug in it, and shouldn't do anything, will actually, to their unconscious, subconscious mind, be a genuine needle. But consciously they know it's not, so it will not bother them, worry them, or concern them in any way. Particularly important to people who don't like needles, to make that one clear. It will not bother you, worry you, or concern you, because consciously you know that this is not a real needle. And in fact, your unconscious, subconscious knows that as well. But because you're in the lovely state of hypnosis, if you allow yourself, as I'm sure you will, to experience this in a way where it's almost as if, and then however they experience it, to them, it's perceived as being correct, because it's almost as if you are getting your final shot of rumiodin. But this is the stuff you can only have one of. This is the stuff that positively cements everything in place, so that you continue on a daily basis to be able to eat what you want when you want, but to eat it consciously, to chew the food, to put down the knife and fork, and reiterate everything again, to notice when you feel satisfied, to have a glass of water first. It's a chance to re-impact everything again. And then you could say wide awake at the end and go, before you go, have your shot of rumiodin and needle in, shot, needle out. Excellent. I know. And you can even then jokingly go, we know it's placebo, but guess what? The power of your mind, because that's what rumiodin is. And then I showed them a photo sign of rumiodin showing that it becomes your mind, and pat them on the back and make them feel good and praise them, because it's you and your mind that's helped you lose this weight and will continue to do from this moment forward. And don't forget, after this session, it's not the end. You're a member of the Facebook group. If you set one up for your weight loss client, so you can talk with other PRICKNOSIS clients, and I'll still give you input and motivation on there, so that we're kicking in the Hawthorne effect and they've got someone holding their hand. Now, if it makes you feel better because you think that doesn't look good enough, and to be frank, I don't see anything wrong with that, but just give me one moment to find for you if you search the phrase fake stunt syringe on Google, you will find places selling that hypophony that I've just shown you. But you'll also find on Etsy, that's www.etsy.com, Etsy.com, there is a company selling retractable stunt syringe film prop. And also you will find a website, bloodystuff.co.uk, that's BLOODYSTUFF.co.uk, bloodystuff.co.uk. But these look real. I'll show you in a minute, but they are going to cost you between 50 to 100 quid. It's a one-time investment. You'll earn that back with your first client. Personally, I'm happy with that. And ballpoint pens does the trick. But you know what? If you don't want to use this, just like with a virtual gastric band operation, where you get them to imagine it in their mind, you could just get them to imagine in their mind getting the world's most powerful drug injection. But in any event, let me open bloodystuff.co.uk, click on that, and then if I go up here, share screen, yes, share that, share sound, optimize for video clip, share. Let's have a watch of this, people. Now, obviously that was as though it was taking blood from somebody. But that same prop, if you start with it already open, with the liquid that's in it showing like that, and do it the other direction, it looks like you are injecting the rummy-odin. And that looks like a real frigging one. Cost more, but if you think that that would add more psychological impact, then yeah, then just let me play it one more time, then use something more like one of these from bloodystuff.co.uk. I mean, for fuck's sake, that looks real. Now, I know that's taking blood, but if you do it the other direction, it becomes giving them the liquid, the rummy-odin. That's one example. Or if I just go and find you the, what's that, fake stunt syringe. That's the search term, fake stunt syringe. And we get Etsy, ETSY.com, retractable stunt syringe film prop, which that one doesn't have the video that I wanted to show you. So here we go. This is it. That's better. Why? I will share the screen. Where are we? Share the screen. Share screen. Retractable share. Etsy. So and you show the client in the same way. You can either use it to apparently get liquid out of them, i.e. take blood, or to That's 52.46, but you get the idea. The point is, if you feel that you need something that looks more like a real hypodermic needle, and it's going to give you more confidence to transmit that confidence that we talked about at the start, then they're available. But personally, in the context that I've taught you, using the power of hypnosis and telling them as an open label placebo, there's no reason why you can't just use one of these hypophony joke syringes just as beautifully and effectively to give them their shot of rummy Odin. And that's the only difference from the 4-session weight loss that I would have done before. Thank you to those people who are just saying they're having to go. You'll be able to watch the rest of it on the recording, which you will get tomorrow morning at the latest, I promise you. Yeah, that's the only difference. The 4-session structure is exactly as Stay at Home and Hypnotize. The scripts are in the download that you've got. We're now into marketing, okay? This is the final section: marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotion. Although it sounds like it's about marketing, it's just equally, if not as more important as the therapy itself, because it is the therapy. Because when they choose to buy and invest in coming to you, it triggers off the placebo process. It primes the placebo, so to speak. It heightens the expectation and the belief in the client. So your marketing, your advertising, your publicity and promotion has all got to be aimed at not just attracting them, but convincing the people that this process works and it will work for them. Hence the need for social proof, testimonials from people that you can put on your website and such like. We'll come to them later. But, excuse me, in your download, you have got your PRICKNOSIS certification, which, so long as you watch the Stay at Home and Hypnotize videos that go into more detail about the 4-session weight loss approach, once you've watched that, as long as you agree to abide by the health and safety, duty of care, and all legal obligations as laid out in your country, that may be whatever relevant, you've got to find out for yourself, but I allude to them in the health and safety section that you'll find inside the Zoom video training section of the download. The answer is yes. I know for a fact that several people have managed to download it, but I'll mention about downloads after. You just have to let it download to your computer. It takes ages, but it will. The other way is, if you're an Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp member, email me, because the one inbox me, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. Because the thing about the bootcamp is, I've already got all of this uploaded to the bootcamp, but bootcamp members will not be getting it till the middle or end of September. But I can go into your bootcamp account, if you remind me what email address your bootcamp account set up in, and I can make it active to you, so that all the stuff's in there in much smaller sections and separate individual bits for easier download. But you need to be a bootcamp member to be able to use that option. If you're not a bootcamp member, contact me, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, and I will make you a deal you cannot miss, because then I'll be able to click activate PRICKNOSIS files for you in your account. But people who are not on this, who didn't book on it, who are in the bootcamp, won't get it till the middle end of September for the head start reasons we're covering in the marketing bit. So yeah, that addresses that. So now, in those downloads, you don't need to dwell on it too much, but you'll be able to then use your certification, as long as you agree to abide by all laws and use health and safety and duty of care. If in doubt, send people to a proper medical GP. If in doubt, be safe. So you'll then be able to use your PRICKNOSIS certificate. It's already electronically signed, Jonathan Roy. All it's missing is the date and your name, which you can either write in, or you can use a software program if you know how to book them in, or for like $5, if you're not software savvy, you can get someone on Fiverr.com, Fiverr.com, to, for $5, take the certificate file and print your name onto it and put whatever date on it. The earliest it can be is the 9th of July, 2023, because this was never taught before the 9th of July, 2023. So it'd be pointless putting a date before the 9th of July, 2023, because people would know that's bullshit and not true. You can, however, wait if you want. If you're going away on holiday and you want to wait till you're back in 3 weeks' time and then put a date on it in 3 weeks' time, because you want it to be a date that is like immediate and now, when you go to your local paper and say that you've just become a PRICKNOSIS needle-free practitioner, otherwise it won't be a news event. But we'll come to that in a minute. So you've got your certificate in your download that can be used for your first local media story of I've become a PRICKNOSIS needle-free hypnotic weight loss, hypno mind job solution consultant. It's the safe, highly effective, drug and chemical-free, side effect-free alternative to the potentially fatal weight loss injections that the celebrities are using, the so-called skinny jabs. And there's an example press release included, a template that you can use, but there's also a whole bunch of tools, including software, to help you write press releases, to help you get television, radio, newspaper, and magazine publicity as the new PRICKNOSIS practitioner that you have now become. There is in the professional logo, which actually, what I really need to do at this point, I think, is go there, close that, open up that, then go to Zoom and click screen share. And there we go, share. So it should be sharing that. So in your download, you've got tons of stuff, but amongst it is there are promotional videos, a couple of promotional videos in that file. In the bonus training section, you've got the entire gastric band hypnotherapy training, which includes the logos, the audios, the scripts, the health and safety stuff, backup audios, you name it, it's in there. You've got details of how to run profitable therapy sessions, the stay at home and hypnotize videos I spoke about, the full Zoom package, teaching you how to use Zoom to run profitable one-to-one and group therapy sessions, as well as in that COVID-19 safety course. Oh, sorry, I'd have to extract that to open it, but that has got all the health and safety for therapy stuff in it. You've got the publicity press releases stuff, including easy press release writer software, templates, and all the training in how to get publicity. You've got more details on marketing for therapy. Oh, that's the 1 week diet plan. But you can look at that at your own leisure. I hope I do this right without losing the screen share. Close the image. Yep. There's royalty-free photos. These are ones that are copyright-free, so you can use them. There's a section called injections, one weight loss and food, sports and exercise. We give you these because social media posts that have got a photograph get more attention than just text. So we're giving you things that are relevant and copyright-free. Useful images for sessions, what I talked about, the placebo and rummy Odin, and showing them that it means your mind are in there. Logos and diploma, as you can see, the logos you can use, the hypnotherapy and NLP approach that gets to the point. Oops, I've lost it there. Where are we? PRICKNOSIS, let's go back. That was just in the bonus section, we've done that. Royalty-free photos, we've done that. Useful images for sections, we've done that. Logos and diplomas. Yeah, in here you've got your diploma, the logos, photo adverts. These have all got needle-free PRICKNOSIS on, but they're memes, but they're things that are eye-catching. They will get attention. Okay, that's the idea, to get attention. I'll come to it more in a minute. You've got double-sided leaflet design. in there. You've got two poster designs. You've got voiceovers ready for using to introduce you at group events. You've got various gastric band hypnosis, weight loss sales videos, various sales videos for PRICKNOSIS specifically. Loads of promo videos for PRICKNOSIS that Jerome Johnson's kindly put together, and details of how to contact him to get new additional ones in the future made for yourself at low cost. There's information videos on the side effects of the chemical weight loss and why they should use PRICKNOSIS instead. And that video is about celebrities who've used hypnosis for weight loss and why PRICKNOSIS they should use. These are all resources you can use to get clients. We've got ready-made Twitter and Facebook headers, things that look like newspaper cuttings, before and after images of fat people when they became thin, example press releases, body transformation pictures, more info films. I'll let you explore the rest of it yourself. The point is that amongst that stuff, including the tools that teach you how to get television, radio, newspaper, and magazine publicity, help you generate blog content, give you ready-made social media posts, you can get all the clients on the planet. A social media post of text might get attention, but a visual image that attracts attention, they look at it and like think, what the fuck's this? And then the blurb tells them that, you know, the chemical weight loss injection causes cancer, but this is chemical free, short and sweet, click here to find out more, and it takes you to your website, boom, you're a step closer to them becoming a client. But we teach you all about marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotion to get yourself on the map. In the map, marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotion videos in the stay at home and hypnotize section of the download that stuff that I've given you. So we don't need to go into that now. The key is that you use this as the hook, the angle to get attention. And that's where the 1st of September comes in. You see, on the 1st of September, my friend, Steve Miller, the founder of Hypnosis, the television weight loss consultant, who says that my training is the best hypnotherapy training out there, is launching his Hypno Jab. Well, the keywords of hypno and jab are in the subtitle to PRICKNOSIS. It's PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind jab solution. But hypno and jab are in there. So I'm not infringing his trademark, but it means that on Google search terms, on social media searches, when you search for Hypno Jab, guess what comes up? Currently my posts, because he's not properly launching until the 1st of September. This helps you. You can't claim to be using the Hypno Jab because that's his trademark, but you're using the Hypno Mind Jab solution, PRICKNOSIS. But in the hashtags underneath, you can put Hypno Jab and Hypno Mind Jab and Mind Jab. You can't be stopped from using hashtags. So it will come up in the searches. And also on the 1st of September, he's going to do a load of his, as he does, regularly appearing on television and radio shows and in newspapers and magazines. And he's going to be starting to mention that he's launched Hypno Jab. Guess what will happen? People will start searching for it on the internet. Guess what? If you've already got hashtags or things that say you offer PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss, hypno, mind, jab solution, and you've got videos on YouTube, which we supplied you, where in the key terms you put Hypno Jab and Hypno-Jab and Hypno Jab as 2 separate words, amongst the other things like PRICKNOSIS and all that. Your stuff's going to get found and you're going to get more clients. Boom! That was worth the 397 quid alone of buying this certification download course, which for a limited time will probably also give you membership to the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. But for the people on this live on the 9th of July, well, obviously you paid less than that to be on board. So you're already a bootcamp member, in which case, nothing else to buy. Or you're not a bootcamp member and you'd be wise to contact me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist and ask me how much I'll let you in for. I'll give you a clue. because you've been on this on the 9th of July, I will let you in to the bootcamp lifetime membership. I'm not going to say the figure on here, but I'm telling you now, it will be less than you will earn with a single therapy client. And when I say that you should be getting at least a bare minimum of £250 UK sterling per session with a therapy client, I am telling you it will be less than 250 quid, but only when you respond within the next 48 hours. Otherwise, you're probably getting this as a bootcamp member towards the end of September 2023, when I make it available to my existing bootcamp members. Or maybe it's the 10th of July and you're taking the early bird on becoming a PRICKNOSIS, needle-free hypnotic weight loss, hypno mind jab solution practitioner, in which case you'll see it's available at £397 United Kingdom sterling. But you will have actually, if you act on day one, have got it for a little bit cheaper than that. And I will give you a free bonus of lifetime access to the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, but only for the people who react in the first couple of days. So to finish up for today, we said we finish about 11:30, 11:45, but thing is we didn't have a massive break, so we don't need to. So in actual fact, if we added the breaks on properly, 2 15-minute breaks, it would now be 11:30 and I would have just 15 minutes left. We're not having those breaks, so let's just say I've got 15 minutes left, because let me recap. PRICKNOSIS is just a fucking marketing ploy. That's it. As I explained, it's just my 4-session weight loss approach spread out over 8 or 9 weeks that I taught in my Stay at Home and Hypnotize seminar, which you've got as part of this download. Study that and you know it, except for the extra bits of the pen anchor, the props, the placebo pills, the stuff, you can add them in, then it becomes needle relevant. Or it could just be that you get them to imagine having an injection. I really do love law. One thing I'm particularly like is the anchor of just feeling the, it's not sharp, just feeling the pressure of the tip of the pen when they press it and using that as the anchor to make them feel the stuff you've hypnotically programmed them to feel. That's one thing I particularly like about it. And it gives them a totem, it gives them something nice. So PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss, hypno mind jab solution. It's the virtual weight loss injection, or the virtual skinny jab for short. Use these things, get the keywords. You've got the videos. I'll give you ready-made blog postings, leaflet designs for a double-sided leaflet that will get you weight loss clients, that you put them in hairdressers and beauty salons and places where people are already spending money on themselves to look and feel better, okay? And you say to the beautician, look, this is a 4-session weight loss approach that will help people change their life forever, and it costs, say, £795, which might sound a lot, but you say, you know what, the weight loss injections, when you have to pay for them, they're like 35 quid each, 35 quid a week, 10 weeks is 350 quid, but you've got to keep taking it forever, otherwise it stops working. So this is a cheaper alternative. You don't have to charge that much. You might only feel comfortable charging them 595 quid for 4 sessions. Or you might not even feel comfortable charging that, in which case, don't do one-to-ones. Offer them, say it's 797 quid or 595 for the 4 sessions, one-to-one. But that there's a cheaper option that for £197, they can attend 4 group sessions at the same intervals, which you can do over Zoom or video platforms worldwide. You don't even need a venue. You can use a virtual background like I did before. And the entire scripts for doing so are in the download that you have got, including the voiceover intro and the script for introducing you to the PRICKNOSIS group event. So, you know, you could have 10 people in the room who each week are worth 50 quid to you. That's 500 quid a time. Or 50 people in the room, that's £2.5 grand a time. It's 10 grand over the 8-week period. And that's as well as the other stuff you've got going on in your therapy business, which if you're in the boot camp and you use the marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion stuff, you'll be earning more than other clients. Now, in this download, we've also given you access to a whole bunch of ready-made products with legal resale rights and ready-made websites. You can be earning passive streams of income and get people into your marketing funnel. I could go on all night. The bottom line is it's a marketing ploy. That is what it is. To answer the question, do you know how much Steve will be charging? To learn HypnoJab, it's currently £2,000 and he's putting the price up to £5,000. Here's the thing. It's worth it if you believe it. But here's the thing, I promise you. What I've taught you and what is in the Stay at Home and Hypnotise, it's worth more than £2,000, it's worth more than £5,000, and it's better than what Steve will be teaching. Because I'm a better hypnosis teacher than any fucker out there. And that sounds arrogant, but it's true, the results count. I've produced more millionaires, more people who've got their own TV shows or appear on prime time television as celebrity life coaches, even weight loss. Even Steve comes to me when he needs advice on health and safety, duty of care, or therapy in general. That's why I'm the headline speaker at his events. And that's why the Royal event that you've got access to the videos is there. So yeah, in a nutshell, if you've got any questions, ask them in the PRICKNOSIS group. I'm going to open it up to questions now in a minute, but ask them in the PRICKNOSIS group. I will answer them. Generally, though, quite often the answer will be, watch the fucking Stay at Home and Hypnotise videos, you idiot. I already said that. The answers are there, because the answers are there. The scripts are in the complete mind therapy in the section that's called complete mind therapy. The scripts, oh, there's one final thing I forgot. In session one, I also, in the first session, use what I call complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress, cured. And the reason for that is, now, you don't get your cured qualification as part of PRICKNOSIS unless you join the bootcamp. But if you got this with the bootcamp, in the bootcamp members area is your qualification in cured, complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress, with a lovely logo, but it means that you can put the words cure and cured on your website, because you can legally hold the certificate of cured with a photo and put it up going, I am a qualified practitioner of complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress, cured for short. And I offer my clients complete unconscious reprogramming of their energies and emotions. I offer them the cure for short. Now, it's referring to your qualification, so it's factually correct. Therefore, it's not breaking any advertising standards laws. Those laws that say you cannot offer your clients a cure or claim to cure them or have cured people, which means that you can legally and ethically get those words into your website that people do search for. If you look on Google search, you look, I want a cure for this. Your website's going to come up above other therapists then. Being a cure practitioner means you overtake your competitors. Anyway, the technique is effectively the ideomotor response technique of getting them under hypnosis. You can do it eyes open, but it's better done under hypnosis, so-called hypnosis inductions or in Stay at Home and Hypnotise. But the idea of telling them that one finger is for yes, one finger's for no, and that they'll move one finger for yes or the other for no, or one for maybe. And then in session one, I use it this way for weight loss. I say to them with their eyes closed, I say, when you move this finger, and I lift the finger up slightly, I go, when you move this finger up slightly, that will be your yes finger. So each time you wish to answer yes, just lift up that finger ever so slightly, unconscious mind. Are you ready to do that? And we rehearse them until when we say unconscious mind, please move the yes finger, it moves ever so slightly, and we tell them that another one's finger, but it's yes is what we want them to have, a yes signal. Then we use this kind of script. Let's say your client's called Karen. I'm talking now directly to Karen's unconscious, subconscious mind, your personal desktop computer. Subconscious. When you move this finger, that will be your finger for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just move that finger ever so slightly to indicate that you understand and that you agree. To show us that you understand and agree, please move that finger now, the yes finger in. You wait for it to move ever so slightly. You say, fantastic, thank you, unconscious mind. Many thanks, that's excellent. Could you now please confirm that you are happy today to help Karen to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy eater who is easily self-motivated to do more exercise whilst also easily avoiding sugary and fatty foods? And you wait for the yes signal. Many thanks, unconscious mind. In which case, could you now please remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that have until today been causing Karen to continue with her now unwanted and unneeded negative eating habits? And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. And you wait. And you say, many thanks, unconscious mind. That's excellent. Now, just before we finish, please could you scan your entire body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and along the way make one final check for and remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that could possibly hold Karen back in any manner of continuing as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy eater who is easily self-motivated to do more exercise, whilst also easily avoiding sugary and fatty foods that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward. And when you have done that, please just give me the yes signal. And you wait for the yes signal. This is in the Cured training manual, by the way. Once again, many thanks, unconscious mind. You've done an excellent job, and I know you can be relied upon to do anything and everything necessary on a daily basis to ensure that Karen continues as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy eater who is easily self-motivated to do more exercise, whilst also easily avoiding sugary and fatty foods they have now become and continue to be as a positive and automatic reflex action. So for now, sincere thanks from me and thanks from Karen. Your help is massively appreciated, subconscious mind. When I count from 1 to 3, on the count of 3, you unconscious can go back to your normal activities of keeping Karen safe, happy and content in all areas of their life, and allow Karen's conscious to be back with us, fully alert and feeling wonderful in every way. 1, lighter and brighter. 2, almost as if every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Pardon? It's being washed with pure spring water as on 3, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Goes on session 1. Can we just everyone mute for the moment? There we go. So that's the other bit that goes on session 1. Otherwise, but that's all explained on Stay at Home and Hypnotize. Any questions? Session 1 is a normal therapy script that's inside the original hypnosis course or my book Confessions of a Hypnotist that's in the download. Session 2 is complete mind therapy script. It's in the complete mind therapy manual. What we just did, Cured, which we do in the first session, is taught in the Cured complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress manual. Session 3, the virtual gastric band, is taught in the section of that name, and the other stuff is in this. Watch the replay, which you'll have by tomorrow. That is effectively it. PRICKNOSIS. If there is any questions, obviously ask them in the group or contact me. If you're not yet in the boot camp, contact me. If any questions now, please feel free to unmute yourself and I'll come to you in turn. Otherwise, please do me a massive favor. If you've enjoyed and got some value from this, please post on my Alex William Smith, that's Alex the Hypnotist, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, ALEXTHEHYPNOTIST, or just search Alex William Smith and find Alex the Hypnotist Facebook personal profile. If you can leave a written review on there of what you thought of this training, it would be absolutely fantastic and appreciated. Don't worry if you missed the beginning, because you'll have the replay by lunchtime tomorrow, United Kingdom time. I promise you, you'll have it by then, possibly even sooner. If you did get value, please leave a review on my Facebook wall so that other people can see that learning PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind jab solution, is the way to go, not least of which because you can piggyback the national television, radio, newspaper and magazine publicity that will be occurring from the 1st of September 2023 when Steve Miller, Hypnosis founder, officially launches his HYPNO-JAB. And also there will be publicity occurring when Sheila Granger properly launches her virtual weight loss injection. But if you've already got all those hashtags in place, the social media posts out there, using the memes I've given you, the ready-made post, the leaflets, the posters, the videos, you'll be ahead of the game massively, and you'll just be able to ride on the publicity tidal wave. So yeah, please leave reviews on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. It will be massively appreciated. If there's any questions right now, feel free to ask them. Unmute yourself and I'll come to you. If we don't get any questions in the next couple of minutes, I will assume it's because it is as simple and self-explanatory, and hopefully it's made sense and the jigsaw pieces have gone together for you, as I hope they would, and that you realise you're all sane, intelligent adults who can look at the downloads and go, yeah, there's the CMT script for that session. There's the cured manual with the wording for that session. Oh, there's the virtual gastric band for that session. And you can then study the marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion videos that'll tell you how to use photos and videos to get more clients, and realize that I've given you loads of professionally made videos that Jerome Johnson's put together for us that you can use on YouTube and social media to get clients. I've given you ready-made social media posts, memes, photographs, leaflets, posters. Everything you need is there in the download. The only difference between doing a one-to-one session or a group session is, rather than saying, I'm talking to you, David, or I'm talking to you, Karen, you say, I'm talking to everyone now. Now, everybody, think of the television set of the past. You just say, I'm talking to everyone, because the way the CMT script and everything else is worded, they fill in the blanks and it seems personal, specific, and laser focused to them. Everything you need in the downloads. Any questions, yeah, inbox me, ask them in the group, but it doesn't seem like anyone really has got any questions right now, otherwise you'd probably ask them. So with that in mind, please, one final time, I'd like to thank Jerome Johnson for putting together the promotional videos for us. His contact details are in the download as well if you want more doing in the future, whether it's for weight loss or other areas of your therapy business. Although if you're in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, there's also other videos in there that Jerome's put together for other things like smoking cessation, phobias, and all that kind of stuff. I'd like to thank Jerome for the ready-made social media post and all that. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here. I'd like to thank Chris BT, aka Christian P. Taylor, again for his help at Blackpool. Those of you in the bootcamp, be sure to check out Royal Hypnotist live in Blackpool training set for the convincers you need for convincing them in session 1. In terms of putting on hashtags, basically it's the hashtag symbol and then the word next to it. So it might be hashtag weight loss. Another one would be hashtag lose weight. Another one might be hashtag HYPNO-JAB or hashtag PRICKNOSIS. These go at the bottom of your social media post so that, and if you look at my Alex William Smith Facebook profile, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, scroll down and look at some of the PRICKNOSIS posts. Look at the bottom and you'll see loads of these things, hashtag, the hashtag symbol and words. And it's so that if people go searching for, say, HYPNO-JAB, boom, 1st of September, Steve Miller launches HYPNO-JAB. I'm already getting the hashtag out there. So people go searching for it, they'll come up with my post or people who put it there. Or if they search for lose weight, the hashtag come up with post. It's a way of people being shown your posts on social media platforms. But we teach you all about hashtags, and how to use YouTube effectively, how to name your video files in such a way that more people actually end up seeing the videos in the marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion training videos that you've got in this download. So yeah, and Joseph Crowns kindly said, thank you. If you go in the PRICKNOSIS group and you want to know more about hashtags, go in the PRICKNOSIS group and ask the question, and Joseph Crown, and I'm sure others of us as well, will give you some examples and whatnot. That's what the group's there for. Excellent. So yeah, you'll all have the replays by lunchtime UK time tomorrow to be able to go back and take notes, but essentially everything's in the downloads. If you're in the boot camp and you want me to activate it so you can access things in smaller, easier to download bits inside the boot camp, message me on Facebook and I'll sort that out for you in the morning. If you want to be able to do that, but you're not in the boot camp yet, message me and I'll send you a payment link so that you can pay less than 200 quid to get in. You'll earn your money back with your first client. You'll never need to, in fact, it comes with a money back guarantee that says you will earn at least £12,000 United Kingdom sterling, at least $12,000, at least 12,000 euros more bottom line profits in the next 12 months from joining the bootcamp than you did in the previous 12 months. And that's profits, not turnover, profits after cost, or your full investment back, which when it's at normal price of $4,997 is an ironclad guarantee no one else dares offer. But heck, when I'm offering it to you for, if you're on this on the 9th of July, as long as you contact me before midnight on the 12th of July 2023, I'll let you in for less than 200 quid. That will never be offered ever again. Anyone else seeing this after the event, well, hey, or you'll just have to contact me and find out what the price is then. So thank you each, every one of you, for your kind attention. You'll have all the replay links to the videos by lunchtime UK time tomorrow. Any questions, ask them in the PRICKNOSIS Facebook group. That's what is there to support and help each other, because you don't have competition, remember? They'll either want a female or a male therapist. And if they decide male, you're never going to get the work if you're a female, or vice versa. And then when they've decided what sex of therapist they feel best towards, they're going to decide they like someone who is older or younger or middle-aged. People, these are automatic decisions people make now. You might be able to tip them over the edge through marketing, admittedly, but so much easier to scream out and attract those people that are looking for someone who is looking for the sex of person you are, the age of person you are, someone who looks the way you do, someone who talks the way you do. If you're a bit hippie, new ageified, reach for your marketplace. If you're more the business suit type of person, reach for the corporate marketplace. That's the kind of stuff we teach you in MAP, the marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion download bit. And that's why you don't have competition. You can help each other get higher up the ladder, and then you'll all end up higher up the ladder. Thank you very much indeed. All of you who are here live for this recording of the 9th of July, 2023. I wish you luck with PRICKNOSIS, the needle-free hypnotic weight loss, hypno mind jab solution. Any questions? Put them in the group. For anything else, inbox me via facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. Thank you, each and every one of you, in advance for going to my profile, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, and leaving a short, wow, that was excellent, it was really worthwhile, type comment. It'll be much, much appreciated. Good night, good afternoon for some people in the world, good morning for some people, good day, take care, keep in touch, everyone. Bye for now. I say bye for now, but I also now need to learn to press stop.